Good evening, Cerritos residents and the members of our community. I would like to call to order the Thursday, April 10, 2025, 7 o'clock p.m. City Council Successor Agency Regular Meeting. Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be led by Pastor Rory Corrigan of Church in Cerritos, and the pledge will be led by Whitney High School girls basketball team.
Okay.
If the audience would please rise if you are able for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll turn it over to Pastor Corrigan.
Thank you. Dear God, we pray for your presence tonight in this meeting. Do be with us, with our city government. Please guide them and give them wisdom in their decision-making. Do bless them and all the residents of Cerritos. We ask you to please bless our sheriff's department and keep them safe. We pray for peace in the city of Cerritos. And we thank you for all your blessings and care for us. Do preside with us in this meeting tonight. Thank you.
Next, if the California State Champion Whitney High School girls basketball team, please come up for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Corrigan and the Whitney High School girls basketball team. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call?
Council and Agency Member Hong. Here. Council and Agency Member Polito.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Say. Present. Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Johnson.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Yokoyama.
Here. Presentations. The next item is 5A, presentations. Testing. I just want to say that I'm really honored to be the mayor of Cerritos for this outstanding group of presentations. So first, let's start with the recognition of the Cerritos Sheriff's personnel and citizens involved in life-saving rescue of young Nico. On Saturday, March 29, at approximately 8 o'clock p.m., Cerritos Sheriff's deputies responded to an emergency call at Don Canabi Regional Park regarding a potential drowning of a young child in the park's lake. The 911 call was placed by two 11-year-old boys who recognized the seriousness of the situation and bravely stayed at the scene to direct deputies to the location by waving flashlights. Upon arrival, deputies immediately located the child and began life-saving CPR and first aid. The deputies demonstrated remarkable composure, discipline, and bravery while working to save the child's life as a result of the collective efforts and heroism of the young boys who made the 911 call and of the deputies who responded. The child was resuscitated at the scene and has since made a full recovery. In recognition of their bravery and heroism in saving young Nico's life, the Cerritos City Council is proud to recognize Deputy Nelida Viveros, Deputy Xavier Alvarez, Deputy Eric Mutum, Deputy Daniel Mayu, Deputy Rebecca Chavez, Law Enforcement Technician Leslie Gutierrez, Julian Mata. Where's Julian? And Preston Hong. Okay, so first we're going to give the proclamations to the deputies and to the law enforcement technician, if they could please come up. So Deputy Viveros. Deputy Xavier Alvarez. Deputy Eric Mutum. Deputy Daniel Mayu. Deputy Rebecca Chavez. And law enforcement technician Leslie Gutierrez. I'm going to offer the mic to the deputies, just so if you could just share with the public, share with the residents here on what your thoughts are, what your memories are of this life-saving rescue of young Nico. And should I hand it?
Okay, I got volunteered for this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this award. It was an incident that happened very fast, as law enforcement is. These situations, some of us newer on the job, it's our first time. Others of us, tenure with this, it's not the first time. But every time, it's just as scary as the first time. Nothing changes. The sight of seeing a child not breathing, no heartbeat at all, I think any parent or any child without a parent or any adult in this room would have their heart break over it. It's something very difficult for us to deal with, and we always want a positive outcome. And it could have been a very negative outcome, but because of two brave young men, it turned out very different. We'd be having a very different conversation. So I'm grateful we were able to respond, we were able to take action, but none of it would have started without the first initial call. It's very important, and it's what led to the kids surviving this incident, as well as the grace of God on this. It really is. Thank you, everyone.
From what we had a press conference this morning in this very room, and from what I heard from that press conference, if it wasn't for the 911 call, it's pretty clear we would have had a different outcome. So I'd also like to now please present the proclamations for the heroism of the 911 callers. Julian Mata. And Preston Hong. Preston Hong. They were offered the microphone this morning at the press conference. Would you guys like to say anything? Julian, Preston? Okay. If I could please call up my council colleagues, and I'd like us to please take a photo with these heroes. Make sure you can be seen.
All right, everybody. Right over here, I'll take a couple on three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Take another 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, I'd also like to call up, representing our Los Angeles County Supervisor, Janice Hahn, who represents the city of Cerritos. We have her representative, Lauren Yokomizo.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of Supervisor Janice Hahn and have the opportunity to join the city of Cerritos here tonight, the council, in recognizing our local heroes. I would like to read some words on behalf of the supervisor. We teach our kids that when they see someone in need of help, they should call 911. But in an emergency, when the time comes to dial those numbers and make yourself part of a scary situation, many bystanders might hesitate. Preston and Julian did not. They made that leap and called for the help that a 2.5-year-old child so desperately needed. I join their families and communities in thanking and congratulating them. Here in LA County, we have the best first responders in the nation. In a county as vast as ours, anything can go wrong, and they are our first line of defense to protect human life. That evening, our Cerritos Sheriff's Station received what must be one of the worst calls imaginable, but their training and commitment to the safety of our public never faltered. Deputies Viveros, Alvarez, Muntum, Mailu, and Chavez, and Dispatcher Gutierrez represent the very best of our LA County family. For the rest of that child's life, their extraordinary actions at Don Knabe Park on that Saturday evening will have made everything possible. I'm thankful for their service. So, congratulations. And we have scrolls that the supervisor signed, and she would like to extend her sincere appreciation for everything that you did to save the young boy's life. So thank you. I'll pass these out now.
And if my council colleagues could join us, we're going to take another photo with Cerritos Sheriff Station Captain Drew Strong and with Representative Lauren Yokomizo. And now they have to hold up their proclamations and their scrolls. Please come in. Come down. Want to come around? Look at Joe.
Big smile.
I'll go right over here real quick. On 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, and.
Did you get a good one?
I need one more, please. I need one more. Over here, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Any other presentations? Keep in touch. Keep in touch, okay? So, Cerritos Station Captain Drew Strong and the Cerritos City Council, we can't thank enough Julian Mata and the Mata family. Thank you for being here today. And we can't thank enough Preston Hong and the Hong family. Thank you for being here today. You're raising some good boys. Eagle Scouts. The rank of Eagle Scout, which is awarded to only 2% of all members of the Boy Scouts of America, is the highest award that can be earned in Boy Scouting. This evening, the city of Cerritos will proudly recognize Jeffrey Nishida. Of Troop 578, who has achieved this great honor through his hard work, perseverance, and dedication. Jeffrey Nishida's Eagle Scout project involved building an emergency supply cabinet for the Ronald McDonald House, Orange County, which recently doubled its occupancy. In addition to constructing the cabinet, Jeffrey revised the facilities, emergency evacuation plan, and raised $6,000 to help stock the emergency supply cabinet with first aid supplies and emergency food rations. With the support of over 20 scouts and adults, Jeffrey completed the project in about 250 hours, showcasing his organizational skills and dedication to helping others. I am so proud to present this proclamation to my friend, Jeffrey Nishida. So, can you please tell us about your journey to Eagle Scout and your project?
So my name is Jeffrey. I started Boy Scouts when I was a Cub Scout, so I was like around first grade, I think, and then I transitioned over to Boy Scouts at my church, Orange County Buddhist Church, and my journey through Boy Scouts has been very eventful, and I was part of the group that had to go through the COVID lockdown, so for a lot of Scouts, that meant you had to take a break from meetings, and then you had to switch to online, and through that, I had to learn to persevere through all the differences, and then when I came back, it was time to start my Eagle Project. So my Eagle Project beneficiary was the Orange County Ronald McDonald House, and it's a charity that has a house right next to the Chalk Hospital for kids. So families that may be traveling or may not be able to afford nearby housing and still want to be near their loved ones, they're allowed to stay there for free of charge, and they're offered services, so it's just like their real home. And like the mayor said, I raised money and I built cabinets for them. 2 emergency supply cabinets to help with the increased occupancy, and I also revised some other plans as a Boy Scout who has taken many emergency preparedness courses. Thank you.
I might have missed it. Did you say where you go to high school?
I go to Whitney High School.
And who is here with you today?
My mom and my grandma.
So, Cindy, Mrs. Nishimoto, will you please come up? My council colleagues, if we could please take a photo with Eagle Scout Jeffrey Nishida.
Right over here, we're gonna take 3 photos on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more, 1, 2, and.
Yes, my second one.
Okay, so if I could please call up representing our state assembly member, Sharon Quicksilva, Joe Pack, who has a presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Peck. I'm a senior field rep for Assembly Member Sharon Cook Silva. It is wonderful to recognize Jeffrey Nishida on his accomplishment as an Eagle Scout. Thank you.
If my council colleagues, if we could take a photo, please.
Everybody, same deal on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. 1, 2, and 3.
Congratulations. Thank you, Joe.
Cerritos Girls Intermediate All-Stars Youth Basketball Team. The City of Cerritos and the Recreational Services Division would like to recognize the Cerritos Girls Immediate All-Stars, Cerritos Girls Intermediate All-Stars Youth Basketball for their Southern California Municipal Athletic Federation, SMAF, Open A Division Championship win. On Saturday, March 22, 2025, the team traveled to Carson to play against the cities of Pasadena, Oxnard, and Glendora. Showcasing their dedication and determination, the team was able to win all 3 games on their way to winning the championship. This win is a testament to their hard work, teamwork, and dedication, and to the success of our Cerritos Youth Sports Basketball Program. So can I please call up the Cerritos Girls Intermediate All-Stars Youth Basketball Team? June. Yes, sir. Is there a captain who wants to speak? Should I hand it to you?
Can they just introduce themselves?
Okay, we'll do it. Okay, I'll help you do it. So I'm going to give the mic to the championship coach, June Cruz.
Thanks, Mayor Frank. So as Frank alluded to, the girls played 3 games. The first 2 games, they won by a margin of 20. The third game was neck and neck till the fourth quarter, and ultimately they pulled it out and won by 12 points. The three teams that we faced were all much taller. They were all much bigger, but they had the perseverance and the fight to push it out. And so I just want to say again that the city of Cerritos should be very proud of their sports program and hosting the league that they do. The parents should be very proud of their daughters up here. These are all exceptional basketball players and human beings, and all you girls should be very proud of yourselves and your hard work, and we look forward to seeing you grow into future champions as well. So with that said, can I just have you each introduce your name, please, your grade, and your school? Can you start?
My name is Mia. I'm in 8th grade and I go to Tetzloff Middle School.
My name is Lauren. I'm in 8th grade and I go to Tetzloff Middle School. Oh, my name is Kaylee. I go to 8th grade and I'm in Tetzloff Middle School.
My name is Malaya. I'm in 6th grade and I go to Leela Elementary School.
My name is Catherine. I'm in 7th grade and I go to Whitney High.
My name's Renoa. I go to Stowers Elementary and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Leah. I'm in 6th grade and I go to Kennedy Elementary School.
My name is Gabby. I'm in 6th grade and I go to Bragg Elementary.
My name is Ellie. I'm in 6th grade and I go to Whitman Elementary School.
My name is Joel Ramos. I'm an acting assistant coach for this team. I'm very proud of this team. They were really good. I've had the opportunity of coaching a few of these when they were a lot smaller, and so they've grown, and to see this is very, very beneficial. It's really great to see them. So congratulations. You guys deserve it.
Okay, so thank you, championship team. I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you for representing the city of Cerritos. What are you holding over there?
The trophy we won.
What does it say on it?
You know what it says.
You brought it.
Mav Basketball Girls Open Championships, Division 8 champion, hosted by the city of Carson.
So we're going to hand out your proclamation and your certificates to each of you, and then we'll take a group photo, okay? Council colleagues?
Renoa.
Renault.
Gabriella.
Just pass it to her. There you go.
Catherine. Kaylee. Leah.
Leah. Go ahead and grab your-
Mia Ramos.
Mia.
Lauren.
Mia Ramos.
Ellie.
Malaya Cruz. Coach June Cruz. I didn't prepare it like that. Someone else. Coach Joel Ramos.
Let's take a picture.
Can the girls? The girls.
Guards go up front. Guards go up front.
Smaller guards go on the front line, and then some of you go on the second line.
And then Joel, why don't you go on the left side?
Yeah, I will.
We're good. This-
Make sure you can be seen.
All right, everybody, right over here.
Smile, girls.
On 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and one more, please. 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so next I'd like to call up representing our state assembly member, Sharon Quicksilva, Representative Joe Pack.
I just want to pass out and take a picture.
Leah. Leah. Catherine.
Jill,
Ellie.
can you come over here, please? I have a certificate for you.
Malaya.
Malaya.
Kaylee.
There you go.
Lauren. Thank you.
What's your title?
Can you put this one underneath?
Mia.
That's for the show.
Hold the green one in front.
And
So, So Assemblymember Sharon Quirk Silva has provided certificates of recognition to all of these champion girls, and also to the coaches, and also to our very own City of Cerritos Recreation Services Recreation Administrator, Jill Toda, who put together and runs the wonderful Cerritos Youth Sports Basketball Program. Thank you, Jill.
I just want to mention that I already presented the certificate for the Whitney girls basketball champions at the school board meeting.
Hey, that's a different presentation, Joe. we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
You're good right there, yes. All right, everybody, right over here. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Another 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. 1, 2, and 3. There you go.
Congratulations.
Malaya, you know I coached my daughter McKenna in the SMAP tournament, and we lost in the championship game against Rancho Cucamonga. And then the next year I coached her again, and we played Rancho Cucamonga in the championship game again.
Oh, wow. There you go.
So it's hard to win. It's hard to win.
Congratulations.
Okay. Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Coach.
Great job, girls. Keep it
Well, Joe let the cat out of the bag, but we have one more presentation to make. 2024-2025 Whitney High School girls basketball team. The City of Cerritos and the Cerritos City Council is proud to recognize the 2024-2025 Whitney High School girls basketball team as the 2025 CIF State Division IV champions. Yeah. Are the smaller ones up front? Maybe move down one more step. Move down one more step. Move down so the coaches can go behind you. And principal stuff. Congrats. So, my wife and I watched on television the Wildcats defeating the Northern California champion Half Moon Bay 48-40 in the state championship game, which was held in the Golden One Center in Sacramento, where the Sacramento Kings play. The team never trailed in the championship game after getting off to a fast start and taking an early 10-0 lead. I remember that. It was awesome. This is the first state championship win in the school's history. I'll say that again. This is the first state championship win in the school's history, and just the second state championship for a team from the ABC Unified School District. This win demonstrates the team's determination, dedication, and commitment to excellence. So, and our friend, Coach Myron Jacobs, couldn't be here. So I'm going to hand the microphone to Coach Wayne.
Good evening. Thank you for this recognition. Unfortunately, our head coach, Myron Jacobs, could not be here, so I am pinch hitting. I will pass the mic first to each of the players and let them introduce themselves and what year they're in.
I'm Alia, and I'm a junior.
I'm Haley, and I'm a senior.
Sarai, and I'm a senior.
I'm Rachel, and I'm a senior.
I'm Cheyenne, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Madison, I'm a senior.
I'm Kayla, I'm a sophomore.
I'm Alyssa, I'm a sophomore.
I'm Ali, I'm a senior. I'm Tina, I'm a junior.
I'm Kira, I'm a senior.
Also, I would like to introduce our principal, Dr. Tiffany Tuesday Stauffer's here. And there are other coaches on staff, Coach Jazzy Krasinski, Coach John James, and Coach Ricky Collins. Also, there are a lot of people that make this happen, and along with the players and the team and coaches. At this time, I would like to have those who are the parents of these fine young ladies please stand.
They're recording.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just so excited and proud for this presentation here tonight in the City Council chambers. You know, as one of two Whitney alumni on the Cerritos City Council, this is awesome. So, Council Member Mark Polito and myself say, "Go Wildcats!"
Awesome. Yeah.
And as you all know, we're also proud to be Whitney High School dads. So I'm gonna let the captains of this championship team share some words about their thoughts of being on this championship team, on this championship run. So I'll start it off with Kira and Tina, and then Alyssa, and then Haley.
Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. Since the start of our season, our coach has always stressed the importance of us playing together and playing as a team. And one thing that stood out to me during the press conference at the end of the game was that he said that at the end of the day, even though we might have rivalries between the different high schools, Cerritos is a community that comes together. So when we won that championship, it wasn't just for ourselves, it wasn't just for our school, but it was for the whole city of Cerritos. So thank you for your support.
All right, hi everyone. I want to thank everybody for having us here today and supporting us throughout our season. I know our season has been pretty long for everybody here, and I want to thank everybody for being there at every point, whether it was in league, regular CIF, and then at state. And then I also wanted to say that we're happy to represent Cerritos and our school too, in being the first public school and winning a state championship for Division 4.
I want to thank our parents for supporting us throughout this long season. And I'm really proud of us for working together as a team the whole entire season and we didn't stop believing in each other. And I think that we won through the power of friendship, and I'm really, I'm really proud of us.
Thank you, everybody, for taking your time out of your day to be here celebrating us today. We appreciate all you guys' support. I really appreciate our families who've been there every game.
and especially our coaches who take so much time out of their day every day to come and make sure that we're all putting in hard work every day to lead us to this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, girls. And could you please let your principal through? So, because if you could say a few words of what it's like to be the principal of this historic championship team.
You're really putting me in the spotlight, Mayor. I am just so beyond proud to be the principal for these girls that are doing more than just representing Whitney. They are representing the city of Cerritos with their state championship, and they've worked very hard. I do want the community to understand just how special this win is. We have to take a test to get into Whitney. These students perform so hard every day. So not only are they athletes, they are the true epitome of a student athlete. But then these girls go on to state from our tiny little city in Cerritos, and they win the state championship against a team that physically was bigger than they were. But our girls persevered. They have the strength, they have the team, they have the spirit. And it was a privilege to serve as their water girl that day at the game. I've never handed out so much water in my life, but it was an amazing experience to watch them play that game with all of their heart, and really to stand across the court and watch their parents with nothing but pride and joy for their children. So thank you to our Whitney parents. Thank you to our girls for your hard work and your perseverance, and thank you to our coaches. And thank you to the city of Cerritos for recognizing our girls and having them here tonight. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you, Principal Tuesday Stoffers. Thank you to the coaches, but thank you to the parents of these championship girls. But most of all, thank you to these championship girls. We're going to pass out the certificates and proclamation right now. You hold this or Haley?
Haley, give it. I'm just going to give it to you guys. Haley, Nina.
And while we're passing out the certificates, the ABC School Board Clerk, Tatiana Yokoyama-Bui, was also going to share some words. Is going to share some words about this championship ABC School District team.
Allie.
Okay, so ABC School Board Clerk Tatiana Yokoyama-Bui, also a Whitney alum.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Yokoyama. And I am also a Whitney High School alum. So it is I'm so proud to be up here with you. Go Wildcats. Thank you. I echo a lot of the comments from all of the esteemed administration up here, and I do want to say thank you to our community. Thank you to the families for helping make this happen. On behalf of President Nishii and the ABC School Board, I am honored and privileged to once again, because we congratulated you at our last meeting, congratulate you on your historic state championship. As student athletes, you've balanced athletics and academics. You've done so phenomenally with focus, determination, teamwork, and heart. Your school community, district community, city, and most importantly, your families are immensely proud. You've inspired young student athletes, some sitting in the audience today. You once were young student athletes, and that may be one of the most important things to take from this whole moment. So thank you again. Congratulations.
Okay, so if my council colleagues can join us in a photo. You stick around. You stay.
Okay, can't see my lens. I'm not gonna be able to see you. Everyone right over here, please. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Another 1, 2, 3. And let's do one more from a different angle. 1, 2, and 3. Thank
All right, awesome. Great job, ladies. You want to come down?
Yeah, I'm seeing it in front. I'm seeing it.
Wait, hold on. Here you go.
1, 2, 3.
You want to come down? All right. You guys have good phones, I guess. There you go.
There you go.
Over here. Around there. Did Jeff just come down?
No. He's not getting this.
Airdrop it. You can airdrop it to all the parents. All right, let's go. Thank you.
Any signs? Thank you so much. Congratulations. How many seniors graduated? 6 seniors. Proud of you. Go class of 2020. Thank you. Congratulations. Great job.
Thank you for bringing us. Come on.
I'll see you soon.
Okay, see you. Congratulations. Item 6, public comments. Thank you for your attendance at tonight's meeting. State law and our local rules do not support the use of profanity, hateful speech, or conduct that disrupts the conduct of the city business meeting. If necessary, I will issue an initial warning and call for a recess to restore order. After that, the chamber may be cleared. If disruption continues, the following comments pertain to all public comment periods on tonight's agenda. I will open public comments at the appropriate times on the agenda. Please be prepared to approach the podium and begin your comments at the time you are called. Public comments should be directed to the City Council and made only from the podium during your turn. Please respect each speaker and refrain from any disruptive behavior or speech during their comment time. Public comments will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Agenda item 6, public comments should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session, and items not listed on the agenda, but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Prior to this meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the 3 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 7D. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the office of the city clerk during regular business hours. I will now open for public comment on this item. Jerry Jensen.
How do I follow that? That was so wonderful tonight. I'm just going to change what I wanted to say a little bit earlier. I'm going to change to, this is one heck of a team effort in the city. From the Eagle Scout, the people, the 2 boys that helped save that child, to the basketball team. I mean, look, I just want to say that I appreciate, what I came to talk about was I want to appreciate the fraud that you put into this newspaper and the local news, how they're allowing people to try to help society, help people, help others. And that's what I've been doing the last several years, and I'd like to share some of it again. My wife and I were victimized for 1,600 seniors for $190 million on a Ponzi scheme. I was one of the lead plaintiffs, and I just want to say things that I followed, that I learned, For instance, the Victims of Corporate Fraud Compensation Fund that the state had in place was totally inadequate. They wrote it under state insurance law. It was $25,000 per occurrence. I investigated it. I said, this is ridiculous. I called the state. I went back and forth with them. They agreed with me. It should have been per person to pay the victims. Well, we didn't get anything out of it. It went from 20, and one senator picked up what I was trying to get accomplished. He got it passed. It's now $50,000 per person. They get paid. We didn't get any of that. It's okay, but somebody else is being helped. The way that this is set up, the program for the homeowners, you should have it just like the internet. You should have a user's ID. That's the property's label, and then the code. You should have a code for each one of. Nobody could enter anything into that if it wasn't okayed to put in there. In other words, the property owner has the code. He'd be the one calling to have the information inputted. If they want to input it, they go through the property owner or go through the state to make sure that the state notifies them right away. That's that issue. I really appreciated the city news. They did a wonderful job in letting citizens talk when they want to talk and pass things on to help other people. Back to my 1600 senior deal. I found out that states don't talk to really states. There's called registration. There's called the advisor, the investment, and desist and refrain orders. If you've never heard about them, what they are things that each state will issue. Well, the problem is states don't talk to states. It should be a national state registry. Everything should be put in one registry so people can go. These people will go from state to state. Once at the desist and refrain order, this was issued in 1998. We didn't come into this investment until 2001. It should have been stopped. It should have been stopped. Okay. So what happened? We got paid $9 million from a trust company. I'm not going to say which one. Because they don't have to do background information. They should have to do something to allow this and to keep this investment going. I had other things. I know I've only got 5 minutes. I don't know what I've been looking at, but everything's wonderful. I would like to pass on. I was giving talks at the senior center, and it's been great. And lately, we've been going to the senior center and playing bingo with the rest of the seniors. Has been really fun. But it's very serious that some of these issues could be handled much better by talking to the people and getting their input and everything else. I really appreciate everything that went on tonight. You blew my thought away tonight. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Next is Carl Seitz.
Good evening. I have 5 minutes, so I'm going to read my presentation. My name is Carl Seitz. I have a commercial building on the corner of 166th Street and Parkside. I want to give the mayor and the council an update on the issue of filthy streets and graffiti in my neighborhood. You will recall the posters I presented 2 weeks ago showing the state of the street and the proposed plan to eliminate graffiti. I've been working with the city for the past year with almost no success. I want to thank the citizens of Cerritos who attended the last meeting for supporting my efforts in cleaning up the city. You will recall that they all applauded in support of my efforts. Before I begin, I would like to thank Daryl Evans of the Department of Community Safety for his tireless efforts in helping me clean up the neighborhood. He is the only city representative that has taken the time and put in the effort to address graffiti and filthy streets. I should also recognize the city manager, Mr. Robert Lopez, who has been supportive of Daryl's efforts. Mr. Mayor, you and the city should commend Daryl for his service to the city and its citizens. Unfortunately, just as he and I were about to make even greater advancements, others in the city stepped in to sideline these efforts. My request of the city is easy. I have only two. First, to post a street sweeping sign to ensure that the streets on 166 and Parkside are swept and not filthy. And second, to help stop graffiti in the city. I think I'm supported with the citizens of Cerritos standing behind me. Regarding the sign, I ask that a simple sign be posted on 166th Street notifying drivers that Tuesday are street sweeping days and request that they do not park in the street to allow street cleaning. Although I've been asking for a sign to be put up for more than a year, and most recently in the last city council meeting, these are the results to date. Still no sign has been put up. The sign is about this big, just one. We've all seen them. I can't seem to get one. The Director of Public Works has informed me that he has liaisoned, his word, with Athens Services to better understand why street cleaning is not done. Athens said that the driver was new and he was unaware that that portion of the street was within Cerritos city limits. Just for the record, this is the third time this excuse has been used by Athens this year. Athens committed yesterday that the street would be cleaned today and further committed that the driver would take a photo each time the street was cleaned and a copy would be forwarded to the Director of Public Works and myself. As of the beginning of this meeting, no photos have been forwarded to me, lending me to believe that the street has still not been cleaned. Regardless of the street cleaning driver's awareness that the street should be cleaned, without a sign, local residents will legally continue to park on the street on street cleaning day and prevent the street from being cleaned, and nothing will have been accomplished. All I want is a simple sign informing the local residents that Tuesday is street sweeping day. Is that an unreasonable request? I am informed by the Director of Public Works that it's not that easy. There are several steps that are necessary before a simple sign can be put up. First, the city has to retain the services of a traffic engineer to better understand the traffic and parking markings on 166th Street. It seems that no one in the city has a clear understanding of what all the markings are. Second, the Public Works Department has to liaison with Norwalk to determine, get this, who owns the street in front of my building, which is clearly in Cerritos. According to the director, it may belong to Cerritos or Norwalk or a combination of the two cities. No one knows, and I would have thought that this ownership of the street would have been settled long ago. Third, the Public Works Department has to liaison with the city of Artesia to understand the bike lane rules and regulations on the street in front of my building. I'm not sure why Artesia has any jurisdiction within the city of Cerritos. But wait, there's more.
Mr. Seitz, I'm giving you extra time, so
I know.
if you could
Thank
please
you.
wrap it up, please. Thank you.
Bottom line, a year. And I'm just asking for a little sign, and I get nothing. I also would like to talk to you about the graffiti, okay? And this is more important. The second item that I brought up in the council in the last meeting will help to eliminate graffiti. I know that the city of Cerritos are supportive of that effort as well. I'm going to commend Daryl Evans over there, who is a wonderful representative of this city, for his efforts to stamp out graffiti in our city, and his efforts were successful. All the walls that he helped protect have been graffiti-free for a year, a real success story. Mayor, don't let the Los Angeles City Council steal them away from you. We need more city representatives like that man over there. However, there is one block wall that remains a graffiti target for gangs. Daryl and I have been working for 6 months on a plan to install an 18-inch planter so that bushes could be planted along the wall to prevent graffiti. 18 inches, there you go. That's all I want. 18 inches. I understand that even the city manager, Mr. Lopez, was supportive of the idea. I appreciate the progressive thinking on his part. However, the plan to install this small 18-inch planter has now been scrapped by the Director of Community Development. It seems that in her research of the city site maps going back 50 years, that this small strip of planter was once identified as a drainage ditch. I'm sure that there have been many drainage ditches there over the last 50 years, but that was when most of this land was orange fields.
Mr. Seitz, can you please wrap it up?
Yeah. To hold up this project based upon a 50-year-old survey in favor of allowing a site for graffiti vandals is nonsensical. I'm going to ask the citizens of Cerritos standing behind me which they would rather have, a 50-year-old, long-abandoned drainage ditch marker on a map or the elimination of graffiti in their town. I think I know the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seitz. Sam Desai.
Thank you, Mayor Frank Yokoyama, new council members, Sophia Tse, Mark Polito, Jennifer Hong, and Linda Johnson. City staff, friends, my name is Sam Desai. I'm a longtime resident of Cerritos. And first of all, I'm so happy to see change. It was very interesting elections. Kudos to all of you who ran positive campaign. Personal gratitude and thank you for those of you who made an extra effort to engage with us residents on social media. Now, as you can see, most of us have white hair. That means some of you made extra effort to get on Facebook and engage. Good job, guys, and welcome. So what is important to residents? Safety. Please don't forget your promises. What you may have seen is we also like entertainment. So today in 9, you are going to speak about pickleball. Please pay attention to the needs of the majority at CPE. What else do we need? We need better facilities. That means fix our streets. We do have a couple of issues which have been ignored, like wildlife engagement committee. We have coyotes, we have people, we have neighbors. And I know that for new council, balancing budget over the next 2 years is important. We'll be talking about power plant. We'll be talking about CCPA revenues. And most importantly to me, we are going to talk about increased senior services. Please keep that in mind. Now, we are going to deal with some challenges, calls nepotism, trashing manuals, charters, some saying what happens at national level, let's do it at local level, only change if we can improve. All that noise is irrelevant. Just remember, all of us. We are one Cerritos, and we do need to fix. And I expect all of you to work together, and that would really make all of us very proud of you. So, something good. So what is happening is this election is making people talk, and there are some good positive things that residents have to say for all 5 of you. So first of all is you don't fall asleep, you are listening. Each one of you ran positive campaign. Each one of you kept higher standards that we expect of our council. Each one of you made it so that you knew what residents wanted. You did research and you spoke to us. And most importantly, Mayor Frank, thank you for giving us our 5 minutes back. 5 things I'm concerned about, as I shared. Please be fair. Don't take one side of Cerritos and give them more importance than other side, especially when it comes to pickleball. We want it at CPE, right? Don't forget about our cow statue. A lot of money has been going into conversations. Chop, chop on that. Magnolia Power Plant, important thing. Someone needs to discuss it. CCPA revenues. This is no longer a campaign promise. This is what we are looking forward to. And business development, because in end, we want to see our Cerritos thrive, grow, have great sewer system and water, and new businesses. In end, what do we really need? Us residents. Frank, cookies and coffee back for us, please. Fix streets, handle trees, open Facebook comments. Not everyone is going to give you a hard time. And we know the rules. We are good, responsible residents, and we want to work with you so we can build a consensus. And only way to do that is by you opening up Facebook comments. Everyone get your news from Facebook, right? So that's what it is right now. And please don't censor us again. Thank you.
Thank you, Teddy Lloyd.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. About 2 months ago, I had an interesting conversation with a City Council member talking about Cerritos Performing Arts Center and talking about what would be good for the future and all that. So I brought a suggestion. I said, gee, if that is the case, it's a performing arts center. Many cities don't have anything like what City of Cerritos has. If that's the case, I made a suggestion. I said, what about work together with AEG? Well, AEG stands for Anschutz Entertainment Group. Now, for those people who may not know about AEG, they actually handle mostly entertainment and sporting events. And for example, even the Staples Center, now it's called Crypto.com. Well, so happened, what that's got to do with, I'd say, well, what's AEG and on and on. So as it turned out, I had an interesting get-together meeting because I'm a double Bruin. I went to UCLA, and then the AEG CEO also is a double Bruin at the UCLA. So I said, gee, wouldn't it be a good idea for the City of Cerritos and AEG to work? So he said, yeah, so any case, make the long story short, I went ahead and then asked them about it. First of all, they thanked me for it. They say, oh, it's great for the AEG. But for the time being that they are into not totally in the performing arts, but then this suggests to me that if the City of Cerritos and especially the Performing Arts Center maybe modify, change something, keep them informed and let them know. And I say, I would definitely do that. because after all, I want to do anything possible to make our city a better place. And then, so I just want to inform the city council that if you feel any changes, you want to, sometimes ideas pop up, and you may not know if something will work, but later, if you ignore that, later on, you say, gee, I wish I had thought about that. So any case, this evening, I just want to bring it to the attention of the city council and the mayor to let you know that I did talk to AEG, and I did mention that to them, and they thank me, and they still say, for the time being, they're more into like sporting events, and then also, I believe Coachella events happening next week. It's part for the AEG. Okay, so if the city has anyone wanted to discuss further, talking about it, then strictly it's me as a resident of Cerritos, I want to do everything possible to make our city a better place. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Scott Smith, come on down.
Well, good evening, Mayor Yokoyama, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, members of the City Council, city staff, and community. My name is Scott Smith. I'm the Communications Officer for the ABC Unified School District. And I'm here tonight to talk about Trustee Area 5. With Mrs. Say winning her seat for the City Council, that left a vacancy on our Board of Education for Trustee Area 5. At the April 1st board meeting, the Board of Education determined that they would fill that vacancy by appointment. The district is currently taking applications for those interested in sitting on the school board, and that the time for that, the expiration for the, it's been a long night, thank you. The expiration for the time limit for the application time, wow, for the application time is next Wednesday, the 16th. So we are taking applications. There are 3 things you must be. You must live in Trustee Area 5, you must be 18 or older, and you must be a registered voter. So we appreciate the time here tonight to share this information. But first of all, let me thank you. Before I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you for all the partnership we've had over the last 60 years, exemplified tonight with recognizing our amazing students. We thank you for that. We appreciate the time and commitment that we have to the partnership. And again, those interested in serving on the school board, we encourage you to apply by next Wednesday. You could find the information on our website, abcusd.us, or call the ABC Unified District Office for more information. So thank you, and I apologize for stumbling through this. It has been a very long day, but I appreciate all you do for us in the school district and for the community. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Daisy Lagaska Denson.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Daisy, and I've been around all over the place. So anyway, I am here today to promote the Relay for Life for the American Cancer Society. I'm this year's team captain for Team Cerritos. It's a Strike Out Cancer Team Cerritos. So I hope the city will going to support me behind this. Last year is my first time to walk for the Team Cerritos, and I was inspired seeing those cancer patients, those survivors, and their families walking. It will be held in Long Beach Town Center behind the Walmart, and Miss Kathy Matsumoto was there last year, and since Emily is busy this year, she told me not too long ago, Tuesday, if I can do it. So I said, that's fine. I will going to do this for Team Cerritos, and I know there are some residents who are affected by these cancers. And, you know, we have to remember they have family, they have friends that are affected. And I hope we will going to be there for them for support. This will be in June 7, still June 7, still for a while. But you can go relayforlife.org/LLCCA and check for our team. It's called Strike Out Cancer Team Cerritos. We need walkers, donors. We accept any amount. Supporters, promoters. I hope you guys will going to think about Team Cerritos, Relay for Life. Thank you. Can I give this to the city manager? Thank you. Thank you much.
Rocky Brown. Hey, Rocky.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rocky Pavone. I'm a loving, caring, passionate, God-driven servant leader, financial educator. I'm here tonight for two reasons. First of all, I have the great honor to remind everyone that both the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives, United States of America, along with President George Bush, officially signed and declared that this month of April is National Financial Literacy Month. It just so being that we've been experiencing recently a very volatile economy market. Many millions of Americans are concerned, also Cerritos residents concerned, who may be on a strict budget and worried about their retirement, the future savings. I'm proud to announce that I have been actively engaged in the National Financial Literacy Campaign for many years. Our clear goal and mission is to financially educate over 30 million families by the year 2030. Since COVID, one of the worst times in world history, I'm proud to say that we've actually educated over 5 million families across the United States of America, including here locally in Cerritos. We've taught classes at no charge to employees of federal governments, city governments, county governments, businesses, churches, organizations, and from Ivy League schools such as Harvard, we've taught classes, to locally right here at Cerritos Community College. We teach these classes at no charge to the public because we believe that everyone deserves a financial education. In these classes, there's 6 classes that we teach how to increase cash flow, managing debt, everything from credit cards, car loans, student loans, high mortgage loans. You know, literally millions of people are hurting financially with trillions of dollars in debt. So in an effort to be able to curtail that is by education. We believe that through education, families can be happier, healthier, and stay together, and less crime. Remember, crime is my #1 safety in the city. Through education, we can empower people to be able to actually have jobs and be able to manage their finances properly and be able to pay their bills and be able to be productive citizens of society. So tonight, I invite all Cerritos residents, council, and mayor to attend our 6 financial literacy classes that we offer in my SoCal Financial Center. We offer every Wednesday evening at 6:30 p.m. and Saturday mornings at 9:30 a.m. Also, if you're unable to attend, we actually have online classes with a live instructor via Zoom. And we can also arrange classes on site at any public government or city, business, church, organization, teaching these 6 financial literacy classes to empower families. Secondly, I would like to actually let you know that last month I did attend the mayor transition, and I was looking forward to witnessing a new, city council that would lay down their weapons of political attacks and begin to work together as one to focus on solving the problems and issues in our beloved city. Mayor Yokoyama, I've known your family, specifically your mom and dad, Tom and Chint, since 1991. Over 34 years ago, when I bought my first home with Century 21 Wise Old Owl, and the way I see it, my friend, is you had the best chance to show Cerritos residents the great leadership. Although you have been mistreated or not treated justly in the previous years, you had the opportunity to make it right and work together as a council. However, after the last city council meeting, it showed us residents that it's looking to be like the same old politics. Regarding the city council member external boards, commissions, and committee service appointments, last year in 2024, Solanki had 7 appointments, Johnson had 4 appointments, and Vo had 2 appointments. Yokoyama had 0, and Barros had 0. Now this year, with the brand new city council with 3 new members who had nothing to do with the way you were treated in the past, are now being punished, being prevented from serving on different commissions and being appointed. So now it looks as if Yokoyama, you are serving on 8, Johnson on 6, Polito 0, Hong 0, and Say 0. Apparently, the disregard of, I'm running out of time, but what I believe is in true leadership, shared governance, collaboration, empowerment, and delegation of power to strengthen the city. So Mayor Yokoyama, my request is to reconsider the appointments, to empower your fellow council members to be able to collaborate and unify this council so that we can get the job done that needs to be done in the city. You know, forget about the political, what happened in the past. It's important to look forward in the future, working with city management. We have a great council staff, we have management. Mayor, you have an opportunity to change the direction and not play the same old politics. And this is my request for you, is to reconsider that the council members get the opportunity to learn, grow, and serve. Because I looked at the actual commissions and committees, there's actually 2 committees on here that I have 15 to 30 years experience that I could be on myself. If you were to just ask them, which committees do you feel like you could serve best on, and then let them explain to why they feel like they could serve on those committees, and then basically make a decision to whereby they can at least serve on 1 committee. So I'd like to see where a council member can serve on at least 1 committee as a delegate. And then if you see that there might be some insecurity or you're concerned, then you could always be an alternate. So if there is any issues in that committee, they could bring it to you, and then you could basically go as an alternate, see what's happening, make some decisions that need to be made when you go as the alternate, and then come back and let them serve. But that's my request, is to let this be the most unified city council ever. And that was my game plan of why I ran for city council. It's because I want to unify the city. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
That's it.
Kirit Chahan.
Good evening, Mayor Yokoyama, council members. I'm here with a little story. Last week, I went to one of our retail home improvement store just to buy an item, couldn't find it. Salesman helped me, and then says, "Have you had your AC tuned?" I said, "No, I haven't lately done that." "You know, sir, normally it's 99. We have it at 49. You seem like a senior. We can get it to you for 29. The salesman is a young person from our own city. What the heck, I'll give him a chance. So they take my detail, get the information, age of the system. We'll come out and do cleaning, give you assessment. Great. That's pretty good. Go home, get a phone call. Somebody calls, are you the owner of the house? We got this information, we're going to come and do the cleaning for your house. I said, okay, well, why are they asking all these questions again? So then they sent me a text confirming the appointment. So I said, okay. And I don't want to blame the stores themselves, but sometimes there are middlemen involved. So I look up the name of the company that texted me, went to Yelp, and sure enough, they had very bad reviews. So of course I called and canceled. But the point of this is that when these people come out, the stores need to be responsible for the people that they support and advocate for. In cleaning out my AC, they could very easily have just disconnected one wire and created a problem that no one else could fix but themselves. In fact, that's one of the reviews that I read. And why is this important? Because one of the committees that you were considering, that it was previously under Chapter 2.48, added the creation, duties, and function of a senior services committee to help the senior residents. So therefore, I would request that you put that on a priority so that we have a lot of seniors. We know that. They can be very easily taken advantage of. It is our collective responsibility to take care of the young and the elderly. So can you please expedite the committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Carrot. Gabriel Perales.
Hi, good evening to everybody. Council member, Mr. Mayor. First of all, before I do get started with my presentation, I would just like to ask a really brief question, and this goes for everybody, but with a quick show of hands, how many of you were personally affected by the wildfires of January 7th out in Altadena or the Pacific Palisades? No, one person? Okay. Another quick show of hands, if you don't mind me asking, how many of you know of somebody that was affected by the LA wildfires? A lot more people, and that really brings me to the reason why I'm here, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Gabriel Perales, and I'm a public information officer with the United States Small Business Administration, Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. And as we've spent an inordinate amount of time at the burn zone areas, it has become very clear that while those individuals are getting our information and our resources day in and day out, we've learned that as people got displaced and are making their way to other communities, there's some individuals, some businesses that might not be receiving the information that I'm about to share. So I really just wanted to take a few moments of everybody's time, share some of the resources that are available so that if it's not you that was affected by the wildfires, maybe you can take this information and share it with those that you do know that can take advantage of the resources that SBA is still offering for the next 60 days or so until May 30th of 2025. So just to get going, when people think of SBA, they think that we're only here to help businesses, but nothing can be further from the truth. SBA is offering disaster loan assistance to homeowners, renters, nonprofits, and businesses who have been affected by the wildfires either through physical damage or through economic injury. And so as I share a little bit of the highlights, please keep this in mind again for those that have been affected that you may know and aren't necessarily too familiar with the fact that SBA offers assistance to all these groups that I just mentioned. From a homeowner standpoint, SBA is offering up to $500,000 to repair or replace a home that has physical damage or is no longer there. This loan is at a 2.563% interest rate over the course of up to 30 years with deferred payments for 1 year and deferred interest for 1 year. Now for renters and homeowners alike who lost personal property, you can qualify for up to $100,000, again, for personal loss that includes vehicles, and the same interest rate applies, 2.563%, the same deferred interest and payments for a year, and the same 30-year term for personal loss as well. From a business standpoint, we are offering disaster recovery loans of up to $2 million. And that's for a business that has to, again, repair or replace their business due to the actual wildfires. Not only their business, but also inventory, supplies, machinery, and equipment all qualify for that $2 million as well. The business loans are as low as 4% and up to a 30-year term as well. Again, like the previous two segments, also deferred payments and deferred interest for a year. And finally, the one that might maybe make the most sense to those communities that are a little bit further from the Altadena Palisades area is what we call our economic injury disaster loans. These loans really are intended for individual businesses that might be in one of 5 counties, either LA County or the 4 contiguous counties of Orange, Kern, San Bernardino, or Ventura. And this economic injury loan is an opportunity for businesses to really just hone in and have the ability to meet their ordinary and necessary financial obligations because of the losses they might be experiencing from the wildfires. These EIDL loans can also be up to $2 million, as well as low as 4% interest with a possible term of up to 30 years as well. So really one thing to emphasize is EIDL, Economic Injury Disaster Loans. Deadline is deadline is October the 8th for economic injury. Meanwhile, everything else, physical damage, physical repair, that deadline, as I stated, is May 30th. I ask you, Mr. Mayor, council members, my goal, my effort is now to be visible within the community of Cerritos so that if somebody does have a family member, a loved one, a friend that is either staying with them here within the community or they know of someone somewhere else, that you all, with your help, with your channels, can help facilitate disseminating some of this information. And so I will continue to reach out to different departments within the city. I'll continue to make myself available. And again, hopefully with your assistance, we can disseminate this information in hopes of whether it's reaching one person or hopefully many more that might be within the community that aren't necessarily hearing about all these resources on an everyday basis. And maybe we can bring them to them and help facilitate the transition and hopefully make them whole as they once were prior to January 7th. So thank you, and I look forward to hopefully gaining your cooperation as I continue to navigate the city and the resources that you all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perales. Is there any others in attendance at this meeting who would like to speak on public comment? Please come up. And if you could turn in your name afterwards, but please state your name. Thank you.
Sure. My name's, excuse my voice, I just lost my voice today. Chris Scott. I'll put it in the, I sent an email yesterday with some information. It's regarding the trash rate increase. Again, please forgive my voice. So my grandparents built the center on South and Gridley back in the 70s. Had the Carl's Jr., if you've been around for a while. The trash rate increase by Athens Services is more than 110% for the commercial property. And that's actually for less services and an incredible increase. The main thing is that the tenants really are the ones, the small businesses that will be having to bear the burden. And from what I understand is that first, the city of Cerritos has an exclusive agreement with Athens Services for the trash, but also that an addendum was made by the city council for Athens to increase the charge. So, excuse me. Basically, I had 3 questions, and I put them in an email, and I had sent them over. And I don't know if this is, if I ask questions and I get a response, I'm not sure. But my questions are, how was the new pricing structure determined? And was stakeholder input considered in advance? It's an incredible increase, and it has been increasing. Certainly everything goes up, but 110% seems excessive, I think. To give specific numbers, by the way, just This month it was, or last month it was $2,551 for 3-yard bins picked up 6 days a week. And now it's going to be, I have it here, $5,000. So again, I said $2,551. Now it's going to be $5,382.62, and that's for 2 3-yard trash and 1 recycling bin, and 2 organic smaller ones. It's some sort of combination that Athens Services has set up, and they give options. They give options to reduce the services even more. Unfortunately, our tenants, there's a lot of trash, and so it needs to be picked up. So this is the best option, even though it's a 110% increase. And again, 1 less trash bin. My second question is, can a more equitable system be developed? Perhaps with like graduated pricing, small business protections, or any sort of like hardship exemptions. As I mentioned, my grandparents built the center in the 70s, and it's been in their possession this whole time. So it's one family, and they're all small businesses in the center. So it's a really dramatic increase, which is why I'm here. And then the last one, last question is, why has the service level decreased despite the steep increase? And perhaps that's an Athens question, but it seems with the exclusive agreement, at least to be help make you all aware, because perhaps you're not aware of the steep increase and how it actually affected with that addendum that was made. So it was pretty significant. I think that's kind of it. Is this like a point where I can give my minute to get responses, or is that not how it works? I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is, thank you, Mr. Scott. This is public comment.
Okay.
For you and the public to provide comment and information and questions to the council.
Okay.
We have received it. We have received your written correspondence.
Okay.
And you will get a response back to your written correspondence.
Okay.
Okay. And these are the same questions you included in your written correspondence,
That's correct.
right, sir?
That's correct. Yeah.
So we will look into it. The city council will look into it. I will look into it.
Thank you.
With the city manager and city hall and the public works director, and we will respond to you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate your time. One last thing, sitting out here, it's actually really hard to hear out here. Maybe the speakers are only in here, but just so you're all aware, it's really, we're struggling just 3 rows back to hear what the public's saying. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
And we'll look into that.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the trash.
Oh, that's your priority. That's the more important one. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Anybody else? Public comment? Okay. Pat Nayak, please submit your name.
Last but not the least, Pat Patnaik, Commissioner Parks and Recreation. I want to thank Mayor Frank Yokoyama for actually bringing all these 5 officers. Nobody gives credit to the sheriff's department, right? Things go bad, they all talk bad about them. But things are done well. I think people should know that these guys, they go beyond the line of duty, and to rescue an infant, I think it's a remarkable task that these guys have done. And I'm sure that all the viewers who have seen them should really appreciate their efforts. So thank you very much for taking the initiative and calling them at the podium. Thank you again, Frank.
Thank you, Pat. Any other public comment? Okay, come on up, Freddie.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Johnson, council members. That's the first time I've ever spoken in front of you guys, so I'm a little nervous, but I know all you guys. So my name is Fred Sacramento. I'm a longtime resident here in Cerritos. Thank you, officers, for doing your job. You guys are doing a great job. Crime is down. Love it. You guys are listening to what we have to say, and I do appreciate that. I wanted to talk about 9C, the pickleballs. I know you guys are going to talk about it today. One thing I want to suggest is have it towards Cerritos Park East. Everything is over by Liberty, and then we have some over at Regional. For me, being over at by Cerritos Park East all my life, That's the park that it should be at, because that's our park in Cerritos.
Fred.
Outside of that,
Fred, if you're going to talk at it about 9C at length,
no, I'm not.
then you have to talk about it during 9C.
I understand that. I'm done with 9C already. The rest of the stuff, like I always tell you guys, just do your job. We're happy. You guys are great. I appreciate all you guys, and I mean, I'm happy to see all 5 of you there. I'm happy to see you there, and keep on doing what you guys are doing. That's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Any other public comment? Okay. Can you please state your name?
Yes,
Thanks.
sir. Jose Amador from I'm a special representative for the Western States Carpenters Union. I'm also a political director. I'm here tonight because I was out of state, and I apologize I wasn't here on your guys' special day. You guys got sworn in. So first of all, I want to say, Linda, Frank, congratulations for being the pro temp mayor and now mayor. Thank you for everything you guys do. Your dedication says a lot. And congratulations to Jennifer Hong, Mark, and Sophia for your election victory. I can see already the collaboration, the leadership among this team, this council. I'm looking forward to working close together with you guys. At the end of the day, what I like also send out an invitation to our tour at the Buena Park Training Center, and just give me a chance to educate you guys on what we're all about. We represent over 99,000 members in 12 states, and we're basically have over 36 different training centers, and I like to provide that opportunity to give you a tour of our training centers and basically collaborate with you guys and see what we can do, what needs to be done in Cerritos. We have over 383 members that live in Cerritos, and again, as I want to just say on behalf of our members that live in Cerritos, on behalf of the Western States Carpenters Union, congratulations. Looking forward to collaborate and work close together with you guys, and again, thank you for what you guys do. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna just leave my business card, and looking forward to hearing from you. And I'll definitely like to give you guys a tour of a training center. You guys have a great evening. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amador. Any other public comment? Okay, I see no other speakers, and we'll now close the public comment period. Item 7, consent calendar. The next item is the consent calendar. Do I have a motion, or do I have a request to remove anything from the consent calendar? Okay, I'd like to remove from the consent calendar item 7C and item 7D. Do I have a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Do I have a motion for the remainder of the consent?
Second.
What was your motion, Councilmember Polito?
I so move your motion that you entertained.
Okay, so he's making a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar. I heard a second from Councilmember Hong.
Yes.
Okay, can you do the vote on our screens, please?
Motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Can we get a report on item 7C?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. Item 7C is a request for approval of a contract amendment related to the Tribute to Public Safety Public Art Project. The art project is nearing completion. During the final construction phases prior to the recent dedication, it was found that there were some unforeseen issues, particularly related to relocation of underground utilities that were not known prior to the construction work. So there are items that needed to complete the project in its entirety, and we're seeking approval of that to do the final stages.
I move to approve it.
Thank you.
I totally agree with this.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Hong.
Second.
Okay, I have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. I have a question. So when is the Tribute to Public Safety Public Art Project expected to be finally completed?
The final remaining portions include the installation of granite walls. There was a delay in the process that we had encountered. I'm going to defer to Ms. Matsumoto, who's the project manager, to provide those timing details.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I spoke with the National Sculptors Guild earlier today about the walls. The stone of the walls have been cut and polished. The engraving will start next week, and it will take approximately 1 week to engrave the 2 tidal walls. And then at that time, they will schedule for the shipment out to Cerritos, and they will have to be trucked out from, I believe it's Georgia, and then installed. Take about a day or 2 for installation, and we expect everything to be done within 30 to 45 days from today. And that will be complete.
So it should be completed by the end of May?
We are anticipating that. If there are no problems along the way, of course, they have to be transported, and the scheduling of the trucking companies will be one of the things that has to be considered.
Okay, if you could please continue to update the city council as to when the amazing tribute to public safety, public art is completed. So I'd like to make sure the city council and the residents and our first responders, the Cerritos Sheriff Station, our fire stations know when the tribute to public safety, public art is in fact final and complete.
As soon as I know a shipping date, then we can schedule for the street closures and the installation of the walls. So we will notify the council and the residents at that time.
Okay, thank you for that information, Robert and Kathy. And do my colleagues have any questions? Okay, let's vote.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Could we please get a report on item 7D?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 7D follows up on prior direction of the City Council as it relates to community safety officers, and staff is also seeking an approval of an extension on the existing contract for Southwest Patrol. I'll defer to Darrell Evans for additional details.
Thanks, City Manager Lopez. Good evening, Mayor Yokoyama and council members. As mentioned before you is item 7D entitled Approval of Amendment to extend the service contract between the City of Cerritos and Southwest Patrol until June 30th, 2025, and approval of funding for 2 additional community safety officers and an additional community safety officer vehicle. By way of background, at the Cerritos City Council meeting on December 2nd, 2024, City Council received comments from the public regarding concerns about the rise in residential burglaries. During that meeting, City Council authorized $140,000 and $400 for a pilot program with Southwest Patrol to provide supplemental patrols within the city's residential tracts for the principal purpose of abating residential burglaries. As part of the city's continuing efforts to reduce residential burglaries, staff recommends extending the contract with Southwest Patrol to the end of the current fiscal year, which is June 30th, 2025. At the conclusion of the contract, staff anticipates supplanting Southwest Patrol with part-time community safety officers in accordance with the direction provided by City Council during the March 27th meeting. Extending Southwest Patrol service contract until the end of the fiscal year would allow the city time to recruit, hire, and train 2 additional CSO officers as directed by Council. The fiscal cost for this is $50 an hour for unarmed security guards, and that price increases to $75 an hour when they're working during the holidays. The city currently employs 3 unarmed security guards with vehicles, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. That costs us approximately $6,000 per week. The cost for extending the Southwest Services contract to the end of the fiscal year is $40,000 more than initially authorized at $140,400. So employing Southwest for 52 weeks at the level that I described is approximately $312,000 annually. The cost for a part-time CSO working 35 hours a week, including fringe benefits, is $100,835 annually. Accordingly, the cost of hiring 2 part-time CSOs is $201,669 annually. Staff is also seeking council's approval to purchase an additional CSO vehicle that would be needed if we increase our CSOs to 5. The cost of purchasing a vehicle is approximately $68,000 for the vehicle and all the equipment, the computer, the radio, and subsequent equipment. It's recommended that City Council, 1, direct staff and authorize the city manager to direct and authorize the city manager to prepare and execute a budget amendment in the amount of $40,000 to extend the Southwest Patrol Services contract into the end of the fiscal year. 2, direct and authorize the city manager to execute an amendment with Southwest Patrol to provide ongoing services until the end of the 24-25 fiscal year. 3, direct and authorize the city manager to include funding in the amount of $222,669 for the hiring and equipping of 2 part-time 35-hour-a-week community service officers. And 4, direct and authorize the city manager to prepare a budget amendment for the purchase of an additional CSO vehicle with related safety equipment and other items in the amount of $68,000. With that, that concludes my report. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that report, Public Safety Manager. Do I have any questions from my colleagues? Do we have to allow for public comment on this item?
Typically, they would have commented during consent, but you can open up public comment now.
Is there any public comment on this item? Okay. So seeing none, I bring it back to my colleagues. Do any of my colleagues have any comments? Councilmember Polito.
I don't.
Okay, so Daryl. So we have 3 community safety officers currently employed by the city of Cerritos, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So when can we get these 2 more community safety officers to work together, so we will have a total of 5 keeping our city safe? When can we get those additional 2 working for a total of 5 if and when we approve this agenda item?
I can address that question. With the approval this evening with the budget amendment, we can begin a recruitment as early as feasible. It does take time to post positions and, of course, interview. But once they're in the queue, we can have that process. One of the reasons why we asked for the contract amendment with Southwest Patrol through the end of the fiscal year, because it does take some time, matter of several weeks at least.
If we could please treat this urgently to get the 2 additional community safety officers working to keep our city safe. I'm sure the residents would appreciate knowing that we are increasing the number of our community safety officers. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved by Sophia Zet, contract amendment on 7D.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the staff recommendation from Councilmember Say and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Can you please put the vote on the screen?
Motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Item 8, public hearings. There are no public hearings on tonight's agenda. Item 9, I ask my colleagues if I can please reorder the items of item 9 and do 9B first. Do I have consensus to do 9B first?
I give concurrence.
Okay, great. Thank you. The next item is 9B. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. This item will be introduced by City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, Honorable Mayor, and members of the City Council. The item before you is consideration of the Mayor's recommendations for appointments to internal ad hoc working groups and external boards, commissions, and committees, and for community member service on the 2025-26 mayoral term. In just a moment, the mayor will present his nominations, after which staff recommends the City Council receive public comment, then review, consider, and approve by majority action Mayor Yokoyama's nomination for service appointments, and direction to the city clerk to prepare and post an updated Fair Political Practices Commission Agency Report of Public Official Appointments, Form 806 as needed, and city appointments brochure to the city's website, and to coordinate the dissemination of contact information to any necessary respective external bodies and appointees. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the City Council may have, and this would be the appropriate time for the mayor to present his nominations and open public comment on this item.
Thank you for the report. Madam City Clerk, do we have any questions from the City Council? I will now open this item for public comments. Is there anybody who would like to make a public comment on item 9B? Are there any speakers for this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Thank you. I will now like to present my nominations for the mayor's annual appointments as listed in the agenda report for item 9B. Okay, so turning to page 4 of the agenda report for item 9B. Starting on page 4. ABC Unified School District, Sophia Say, Jennifer Hong. Arts Program, Jennifer Hong, Linda Johnson. Auto Mall, Sophia Say, Jennifer Hong. Budget, Finance, Mark Polito, Jennifer Hong. Business Industry, Jennifer Hong, Sophia Say. Cerritos Community College District, Mark Polito, Frank Yokoyama. Chamber of Commerce, Sophia Say, Jennifer Hong. City Charter Review, Mark Polito, Linda Johnson. Disaster Preparedness Emergency Management, Sophia Say, Mark Polito. Legislative, Mark Polito, Linda Johnson. Library, Frank Yokoyama, Linda Johnson. Los Angeles County Public Health Department, Sophia Say, Jennifer Hong. MIS Technology, Frank Yokoyama, Jennifer Hong. Parks and Recreation, Jennifer Hong, Sophia Say. Personnel, Jennifer Hong, Mark Polito. Policy and Procedure, Linda Johnson, Mark Polito. Protocol Manual, Linda Johnson, Mark Polito. Public Safety, Linda Johnson, Sophia Say. Senior Services Senior Center, Sophia Say, Jennifer Hong. Southeast Gateway Line Project, Jennifer Hong, Mark Polito. And I am also creating another working group, Friends of the First CEB, with the purpose of liaison on matters related to the Friends of the First CEB. And the appointments for that are Sophia Say and Jennifer Hong. Turning to the next page, California Contract Cities Association, Board of Directors, Linda Johnson, Delegate, alternate Sophia Say. California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, Delegate Linda Johnson, alternate Sophia Say. Gateway Cities Council of Governments, Delegate Frank Yokoyama, alternate Mark Polito. Gateway Cities Council of Governments, Corridor Cities Committee, Delegate Frank Yokoyama, alternate Sophia Say. Gateway Cities Council of Governments, Southeast Gateway Line, Delegate Frank Yokoyama, alternate Mark Polito. Independent Cities Association, Delegate Linda Johnson, alternate Jennifer Hong. League of California Cities and Cal Cities Los Angeles Regional Division, Delegate Linda Johnson, alternate Mark Polito. League of California Cities Annual General Assembly Meeting, Voting Delegate Sophia Say, alternate Mark Polito. National League of Cities Annual Business Meeting, Delegate Frank Yokoyama, alternate Mark Polito. Los Angeles County City Selection Committee, by law, the mayor is the delegate and the mayor pro tem is the alternate. Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts Board of Directors, by law, the mayor is the delegate. Alternate 1, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Alternate 2, Mark Polito. Alternate 3, Jennifer Hong. Alternate 4, Sophia Say. Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board. Delegate is Linda Johnson. Alternate is Jennifer Hong. Southeast Water Coalition, Joint Powers Authority. Delegate is Frank Yokoyama. Alternate is Jennifer Hong. Southern California Association of Governments, General Assembly. Delegate is Frank Yokoyama. Alternate is Jennifer Hong. And those are my nominations. Do I have any questions from my colleagues?
Comment?
Councilmember Polito.
Mayor Yokoyama, I just want to say thank you for appointing me and for your confidence, and I look forward to serving in these specific capacities at your request. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. Councilmember Hong.
Thank you, Mel. I would really appreciate that you make it very, very devised, and then everybody have a good chance to serve and to learn. And I really appreciate the opportunity for you giving to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Councilmember Say.
Mayor, I want to say thank you so much. I realized after I watched the previous video before, it is under mayor description to decide who you want to appoint it. I want to sincerely thank you very much. Even I realized it was your decision. However, I want to thank you very much. You made some changes. Sincerely appreciate it. It really shows your leadership tonight. Even the last time too. I want to apologize for the last.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Do I have a motion?
Second.
And I apologize, Mayor. I believe we need to open public comment.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We'll reserve the motion by Sophia Say and the second by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and we will open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment?
To the council and the mayor, thank you for doing the right thing. This is what we wanted to see. Duties divided equally with respect for everyone. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Carrot. Any other public comment? Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Okay, can we have the motion and the second, if we could vote on the screen, please?
And I believe the motion was made by Councilmember Say and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson to approve the mayor's
Yes,
nomination.
to approve the staff recommendation.
I believe the electronic voting is activated. And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you to my council colleagues for unanimously approving my appointments. Appreciate it. Let's turn to item 9A. City Manager, do we have a report on item 9A?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item 9A is an opportunity for members of the City Council to make advisory board appointments. An overview of this will be provided by City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, the item before you is consideration of City Council nominations for resident appointment for service on the city's commissions and committees or advisory boards. The advisory boards apprise the City Council on various subject matters within the city's jurisdiction and serve as liaisons to the community. The city's current advisory boards include the Fine Arts and Historical Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning Commission, Property Preservation Commission, Community Safety Committee, and the Let Freedom Ring Committee with a total of 40 member positions. Current member terms ended March 31st. However, pursuant to the Cerritos Municipal Code, each member may serve for an additional period up to 90 days until their successors are appointed. Appointments to advisory boards made by City Council members and authorized by majority council approval at a public meeting may be made by council members and approved at a public meeting until all positions are filled for the 2025 through 2027 term. Applications will be accepted by the Office of the City Clerk on an ongoing basis until all positions are filled. Applications are currently available on the city's website and in the City Clerk's office. At this time, it is recommended the City Council review and consider the information presented, open public comments, and nominate individuals from the eligible pool of applicants to serve 2-year terms for each advisory board subject to the city charter's anti-nepotism law and majority approval of the City Council, defer nominations to a future meeting, or provide alternate direction. For appointments made this evening to any appointees in attendance, I will administer the oath of office at the appropriate time. Our office will coordinate with members appointed this evening not in attendance to administer the oath at another time. This concludes my report, and the City Manager, City Attorney, and I are available to answer any questions the City Council may have.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it appropriate at this time to nominate someone?
You will go first. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any questions? Okay, then we will let Councilmember Polito proceed with his appointments.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'm honored to enter into nomination of the appointment of Mr. Gopal Singh Sood for the Let Freedom Ring Committee. Mr. Gopal Singh Sood is a proud resident of the city of Cerritos and has been living in the city for the past 38 years. He owns multiple businesses in the area and is a commercial and real estate broker. Gopal has been also an adjunct professor teaching biomedical courses at the University of New Delhi in India and at a community college in the state of Mississippi. A lifelong educator, businessman, proud resident of Cerritos. Again, I'm honored to nominate Mr. Gopal Singh Sood to the Let Freedom Ring Committee. Thank you.
Do we need to do a motion to approve his nomination?
Yes, it would be approved by the council. we could do that now individually, or if there are any more nominations, you can go ahead all at once.
I make a
just have the
motion,
one.
I make a motion to approve the nomination of Mr. Gurpal Sood.
I second that motion.
Okay, so it was moved by myself and seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Do we vote on the screen?
And the motion
It's- Go ahead.
passes on a vote of 5-0. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
It's unanimous, Mr. Sood, but hold on, please. Are there, I will open this item for public comment. Are there any speakers on this item for public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period and we'll turn back to the nomination and approval unanimously of Mr. Gurpal Sood. Would you like to please be sworn in at this time? And would you like to join Mr. Gurpal Sood? Mr. Gurpal Sood, Councilmember Polito? Okay. Come on up, Gurpal. Do you have any nominations? You're done? Okay.
Congratulations. And if you would please raise your right hand and say aye and state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I will.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Would you like to invite your family or?
No, I don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take a picture.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and one more, please. 1, 2, and.
Okay, so my council colleagues, let's join our new appointed official, Mr. Gurpal Sood.
Long time no see. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Perfect. Everybody right over here on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
I'm working with her for a long, long time. And we got a.
This is a long time
I'll
coming.
be in touch.
Congratulations, Gurpal.
Thank you.
Okay, so next I will call on Councilmember Jennifer Hong.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I will complete all my appointees. I will really appreciate I can have all the mayor pro tem, and all the councilmen's support for my nominations. First one, I would like to appoint Jose Iglesias as my Parks and Recreation Commissioner. Jose lives in the city of Cerritos for 53 years and have served in various commissioners during these years. He has also served in the ABC's Unified School District in various committees. Currently active as Vice President in their neighbor Homeowners Association in Granada Park, Cerritos. Jose is happily married to Doris, his lovely wife, for over 57 years, and had a son, Paul, raised residing in Long Beach with his wife, Arlene. My second one is the Property Preservation Commissioner, Eric Westford. Eric is a Cerrito resident for almost 50 years. He is product of the ABC School District, worked for 24 Hours Fitness. He's also a regional facility specialist responsible for completion of refreshes and the club closure. He also coordinates emergency repairs. He was on the Safety Committee 2023 to 2025, and I appoint him as a Property Preservation Commission. And the third one is gonna be I have Jonathan. I think I already appointed him last time, but since he couldn't show up at the meeting, he would like to come over tonight. I would like to appoint Jonathan Tan as the Community Safety Committee. Jonathan Tan has been a resident of Cerritos for over 3 decades. He first moved to Cerritos with his parents in late 90s. He graduated from Cerritos High School in the nearly 2000s, and after 4 years of college, returned home to start his professional career. After college, Jonathan continued to reside in Cerritos for a number of years. He left to attend the law school for a short while, but returned promptly upon graduation. When choosing where to settle down and start his own family, Jonathan realized that Cerritos, the same city which has reared and helped raise him, as the perfect place to bring up a family of his own. Shortly after Jonathan married his lovely wife, Serena, they promptly moved back to Cerritos to begin their journey as newlyweds. And then after that, he returned to the Cerritos. They welcomed their 2 sons. The first one is Nathan Tan, and with a few short years, the family was blessed with another son, Timothy Tan. I believe they're all here tonight, and he's also with his mom, Jennifer Tan. Jonathan has often stated that he feels there's no better place than Cerritos to raise his boys, and can't wait for them to experience the same festivities, schools, and experience he was fortunate enough to have in his childhood. So thank you, Jonathan, and welcome. And my other one is for the Love Freedom Ring, okay? Love Freedom Ring Committee, I have Tommy, I think he was here, Tommy Schwartz. Tommy is a longtime Cerritos resident who attends Cerritos Elementary School, Caminita Middle High School, and Cerritos High. With a strong background in marketing, community engagement, and project management, he played a key role in my city council campaign. Thank you, Tommy. And his passion for civic involvement and deep connection to the Cerritos community make them a valuable addition to the committee. And I also have the last one is for the Love Freedom Ring Committee, is Daisy Denson. Daisy is a registered nurse by profession, a mother of 3 girls, ambassador of Cerritos Chamber, board of director of Friends of CEB, and co-chair of Meritorious Marine, former Love Freedom Ring Committee member, a volunteer at the LA Food Bank and Cerritos Senior Center. She organized during the pandemic Cerritos Seniors Call to help seniors in need, especially during the lockdown. What they do is they provided free grocery, PPEs, and essential items such as hand sanitizers, alcohols, etc. She was a recipient of different awards, namely Citizen of the Year in 2021 by the Cerritos Chamber of Commerce, Lifetime Achievement Awards signed by the President Biden in 2020. In 2024, she received California Woman History Making, and this year, she received Citizen of the Year award from the Lion Club International Los Angeles chapter, and also Relay for Life of the American Cancer Society. She's also honored to be the team captain for the Strike Out Cancer Team Cerritos. I think she was at the public speech saying that. I was moved by her passion to serve the city, so that's why I also appoint her as one of my committee members for Lab Freedom Ring, so she can engage with most the city, the residents as well. So this is my nominee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Do I have any comments?
I have comment. With all due respect, council member, we can always agree to disagree, but I do oppose the appointment of Daisy Legasca, not because of personal reasons, but because of her lack of professionalism in representing the city. Appointees that serve on committees and commissions are held to a higher standard, as they are representatives of the city and the council that appointed them. Ms. Legasca has a history of posting and commenting on social media that are hateful and include profanity. She makes derogatory remarks about certain members of this council, including myself and the mayor. These comments appear on social media, where residents of other cities are reading them. She also shares hateful comments with council members and leaders from other cities. Frankly, it's an embarrassment to the city. She has her First Amendment right to do and say what she wants, but if she has so much hate for members of this council, it really boggles my mind why she would want to serve this city. This is one of the reasons why I removed her as my appointee several years ago. I should have been more discerning in making my selection back in 2022, but you live and learn. There are so many of these posts and comments that I have saved, but I only need to show a couple of them to my council colleagues, and I will submit it to the city clerk as well. That's for your review. We have many residents that want to serve on our committees. We have many residents that are qualified. We have many residents that can serve with professionalism and grace. Appointments should be given to residents that best fit our community, that is the best fit for our community, and one that has respect for the community. So to my colleague Jennifer, you lead with grace and integrity, but at this time, I'm sorry, I am not able to support your appointment of Ms. Legasca. Here, Cindy. Thank you.
I have a question. So you said you're appointing Daisy Denson?
That is, I believe, City Clerk Cindy, maybe you can help me. Yes, because she's last name is actually Denson, legal last name, because that's her legal name. That's what I was told.
Okay, because didn't she speak here earlier in this meeting? That was her, right?
Yes.
Okay, so she presented cards to us on the city council, and I'm looking at her card. It says Daisy Mina Legasca on her card that she handed to us.
Yes.
So is her name Daisy Mina Legasca or is her name Daisy Denson? Why is she giving us a card that says Daisy Mina Legasca, and your nominating Daisy Denson, and the paperwork is for Daisy Denson?
Maybe city clerk can answer that for me too. I do have the same question though. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilmember Hong, thank you for your question. The name Daisy Denson is the name that was provided to our office on the application for service and attested to by signature.
Attested to by signature, what does that mean?
That means that each applicant who signs their name is attesting to the accuracy and truth provided on their of the statements provided on their application.
They're attesting to the accuracy and truth of the statement of the application that they're turning in.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes,
So isn't she a current appointee?
that is correct.
And she's listed under Daisy Mina Legasca as a current appointee. So she turned in an attestation as to accuracy and truthfulness, stating that her name was Daisy Mina Legasca previously. So
Yes.
which is the truth and which is the lie?
Thank you, Mayor. I can only confirm the name that was provided on the most recent application, which is Daisy Denson.
Yeah, I'm looking at the advisory board appointments for 2022, 2025, which is the last page of agenda item 9B of March 27, 25, when we first heard this. Was that also attached to the current 9B? Let me see.
Yes, Mayor.
I don't see it attached to the current 9B, right?
Oh, 9A, sir, it's Exhibit 2.
Okay, 9A, okay. Let me please find that. Okay, 9A,
I didn't see that though.
And that begins on page 5.
thank you. Cool, so these are the updated ones since March 27. Thank you for pointing that out. But on the agenda report on March 27, 2025, when we first started working on these appointments, you included a copy of the 2022-2025 City of Cerritos appointments. And I see under Let Freedom Ring Committee, it says Daisy Mina Legasca, appointed by Solanke. So what's going on? I'm just wondering out loud to my colleagues. She's applied in the past, attested to the accuracy and truthfulness of that previous application under the name of Daisy Mina Legasca. She spoke with us. She spoke to us at public comment this morning, gave us cards saying her name is claiming her name is Daisy Mina Legasca, and then she turns in an application earlier this week attesting to the truthfulness and accuracy of it, saying her name is Daisy Denson.
I wish she's going to be here and to answer this question by herself. Unfortunately, she already left. According to the information I get, but this is just for information, I was told that Denson was actually her legal name, her ex-husband's name, and she didn't change it. So I did clarify with the city clerk, is this going to be a matter or what? You know, we have to verify that. And that's why before I make this appointee, I did check with the city clerk, and is this going to be a issue or not? Thank you.
What did you tell Councilmember Hong, respectfully, Councilmember Hong, what did you tell Councilmember Hong when she asked you about this issue of the name, please?
Thank you, Mayor, for your question. What I told Councilmember Hong was what I stated earlier, that our office does verify eligibility requirements, in that we check for Cerritos residency with the address that they have provided us. But what we are leaning on is the signature that the applicant is attesting to the accuracy and truthfulness of the information they are providing us.
I am stating a fact that right now in your office, you have an application from her where she is attesting to the truthfulness and accuracy of an application where she's saying her name is Daisy Denson. And then you have another application from her provided in the past where she is attesting to the truthfulness and accuracy that her name is Daisy Mina Lagaska, correct?
That is correct.
Do I have any other comments,
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing that up. That actually is something that does trouble me because one minute you're using one name and another minute you're using another name. I don't know of no reason why you would change your name from one minute to another unless you have intent to fool the council and the community you wish to serve. I want to add, this is not the first experience I've had where she filed a application and falsely put information. There was an application to NAFA, which is a National Association. If Mark can help me out here, NAFA stands for...
National Federation of Filipino American Associations.
Thank you. Applied as a member and put a birth date or applied and wrote she was a senior citizen just so she get the senior citizen rate. And when I saw it, because I'm a board member of NAFA, I'm older than her, and she said she was a senior. And I knew she wasn't a senior because I'm older than her. So this is troubling that we have someone wishing to be appointed as an advisory board to this council and to represent the community and is, I would say, falsely making statements on applications and attesting to it.
Do I have any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Sophia?
Yeah, I have a quick question. It seems like integrity issues here. Well, not just that. My question was at one time, I don't read Facebook that much. I'm not the person really like the social media thing. I think somehow I saw it before. She wasn't a citizen. She doesn't vote. Is that correct or not correct? I mean, just kind of reflects me back what had happened before. I think somewhere I saw. So when you check the signature for, we all agree it had to be, the person had to be the voter, the citizen, in order to vote for this one. Does she use his name as registered vote, or she has another name? I just want to know. Yeah.
Thank
The
you for your
signature piece, I
question.
appreciate. Yeah.
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Say. At the March 27 meeting, the City Council, by consensus direction, directed the charter employees to waive the requirements provided by the BCC handbook for the 2020 appointees appointed to the 2025 through 2027 term. So at that point, beginning the following day, we began only verifying for the prior requirement, which is Cerritos residency. And the subject applicant did submit an application subsequent to that council decision.
I also have another question. I remember that at that time, we made a motion to move, but we have to wait for the handbook. The handbook had to be done by two council member here tonight, which is one is Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson and Council Member Mark Polito. They're the one going to go back and review the policy before bringing it back to the board here to approve. So however, the recommendation at that time, inside a voter, we suggest for the future to be resident, but however, the handbook hasn't been updated yet. We're working on it. Am I right or wrong? The handbook haven't started yet, so it's going to be working on it. So that's just how my interpretation on qualified or not qualified. It did point it before for the residents, yes, not the voter. But however, the handbook has to go back and to be evaluated by the two council members and bring it back to the board here. So I'm used to say board to the city council meeting here. So however, so I believe you have to wait for the handbook improved it, then everything be updated and bring it back to table. Hopefully by that time, if she's still interested in apply, that's another issue. But however, right now we still keep the as a voter as far as I'm understand that. Am I right, Mayor?
I will clarify that.
Yes,
at
please.
the March 27th meeting 2 weeks ago, with respect to appointments of residents to internal advisory committees and boards, the council as a whole waived the requirements for the appointments. Those requirements included being a registered voter, as well as, I think, there was another one that was waived in order to serve, and that was the completion of all required forms and trainings before you could start service. That was waived for all appointments for the upcoming term. Anything else related to the BCC manual would have to come back for review and amendment. But the requirement specifically to be appointed,
Change on that day.
that changed on that day. Everything else that was not related to the appointments still stands unless it's changed and recommended by the internal working group.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
May I say something, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Councilmember Hong.
Okay, thank you for pointing out all these questions. I appreciate that. I am just trying to appoint somebody that I think has the passion to serve the city. As far as the qualification or background, if we still have question, we can investigate in it or whatever. But this is just, I was thinking, we probably have somebody who can serve the city, and it's a Left Freedom Ring. I think it's a very fun event that someone can go out and then engage with our residents, and that's my main purpose. But I'm not trying to cause a big problem with this, and make such a long time debate about this issue. That's definitely not my major intention. I was just hoping that I can appoint the right person for the city as my appointee. Thank you.
Do I have any other questions or comments from the city council? Okay, do I have a motion?
Can I make my motion to pass? No? Because
Yeah.
I have including my other appointees. So we have to separate or?
Well, I'm asking the council, the city
Okay.
council, if anybody has a motion. So if you'd like to make a motion, you can make a motion. I was just asking if any of the city council wants to make a motion. Would you like to make one, Councilmember Hong?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll make my motion to pass. To pass my appointees.
Not without a second, the motion died. Is there any other motions?
May I make another motion to change the amended motion, change to accept, move all the other appointees that Councilwoman appointed, except the Daisy, I don't know her last name now, sorry about that. And what is it? Daisy, gosh, I have to bring this paper out. Because I know Daisy, other name, I don't know this name. So Daisy Mina Lagaska Denson, is that how the last name is? No, I have a card here. I saved it here. I think this her new name is Daisy. Well, it is a Daisy Mina Lagaska, the car, on base what I see here. So I think on the sheets in here, sorry about, thank you. That will be Daisy Denson. Yeah, except because I'm so confused with the last name that really person gonna be have. Yeah.
So your motion
the
is
motion.
to approve the appointment nominees for Councilmember Hong, except for that last one.
Yeah, because the name is not matching right. Yeah. I need a second. We need a
So
second.
that was the, so
Amendment.
Councilmember Say made a motion.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Polito seconds Councilmember Say's motion. Could we please vote on the screen?
And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Congratulations, Councilmember Hong.
Thank you.
Would you like to please meet your
Yes.
appointees at the presentation area, and they can be sworn in by the city clerk?
Congratulations to our appointees. And if you would, please raise your right hand and say aye and state your name.
I, Jonathan Westfall,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations, thank you. Would you like to invite your family up for?
Let's take each individual first. Move over, Jennifer. Center. Jennifer. There you go.
All right, let's do you two first. Then we'll do it together. Let's do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more, please. 1, 2, and 3.
Let me take one with you along.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2 more, please. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Can I have my colleagues together? Okay, then I'll take the other.
Do you want us to?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna take another one with you. Can you get that? Eric?
Let's do them first and then family and come. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Right over here on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. 1, 2, and 3. With the family. With the family. Yes. Thank you. All right, everybody, right over here on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2 more, please. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Jonathan, you come first.
Okay, so Jennifer's appointees don't leave, okay? Because we're gonna take a group photo, and then we're gonna take a photo with the city council, please. Cindy, that's Jennifer's appointee right there, right?
Right over here, everybody. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2 more, please. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Can all, Andrew?
Benjamin, you're Jennifer's appointee. Come on up. Come on, you stayed here for this whole meeting. Come on, Benjamin.
He sure be here. Yay! Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Eric, thanks, Mayor. Congratulations. Joe, congratulations. Benjamin, good to see you. Benjamin. Guys, all step forward.
Oh, you appointees to the front.
Appointees. Fill it in. Fill it in. Fill my raise yours.
All right. Right over here, everybody. Take a few on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Eric, congratulations again. See you on the advisory boards.
I know, we will.
Best of luck on your first one.
This guy already went through a meeting. He already went through a meeting.
He's already a pro.
We put you guys to work. We put you guys to work.
Congratulations. Good luck to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Got it.
Okay, Councilmember Say told me she didn't have any further appointments.
I think mine done already. I think mine done the last time, right? Mine all done last week, last time, yeah.
Okay, and I will remind the public that this is a standing agenda item until all 5 council members have completed all of their appointments for the 2025-2027 term, right, Madam City Clerk? And Mayor, Councilmember Hong would like to say something?
No, I still have one more appointee, right? Left reading ring. That's it.
Yes, and that is a standing agenda item, and you could coordinate with Madam City Clerk as to the agenda, as to the meeting that you're planning on making any appointments.
Yes, I would do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. And calling on Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're still on item 9A. However, at this time, I'd like to ask council consensus. But first, let me congratulate all those that just newly appointed. Looking forward to working with you. Currently, our Fine Arts Commission and Historical Commission has not placed focus on the Historical Commission part of that advisory board. And I've had discussions with this at prior council meetings as well as with staff. And it just seems fitting to bifurcate the two and have each one stand alone. Therefore, I ask council consensus to direct the city manager, to direct staff, to schedule an agenda report at a May city council meeting for review and consideration of bifurcating the Fine Arts and Historical Commission and creating 2 individual advisory boards, the Fine Arts Commission and the Historical Commission.
I'd like to second that.
Oh,
That was a request for consensus. We have agreement for consensus from Councilmember Polito. Anybody else? Okay, I also give consensus.
Thank you, and we'll have more homework for Councilmember Say.
I got mine already.
So I heard her say in that request for consensus for it to be an agenda item in May. I'd also like to bring up that we did ask for the City of Cerritos to have an economic development commission, and I was wondering if that agenda report would be coming on April 21.
Thank you, Mayor. We are currently working on that report, and we do intend to have that presented at the April 21st meeting unless otherwise directed by the City Council.
No, April 21 is great. Thank you. Okay. So let me just. So we have completed agenda item 9A. We will now move on, continue with new and old business. I ask my council colleagues if we can next hear item 9G. Review and consideration of the disposition of the boards, commissions, and committees handbook. Do I have the
motion?
Do I have the consensus from my council colleagues if we can hear item 9G next?
Yes, I get concurrence.
Okay, 9G. Let me have a second here. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 9G follows up on prior City Council direction to bring back an agenda item to consider the possible disposition of the boards, commissions, and committees handbook. The presentation this evening will be given by Deputy City Manager Ryan Carey, and following his presentation, he and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. At the March 27th meeting, the City Council provided consensus direction to staff to prepare a report to consider the potential rescission of the boards, commissions, and committees handbook. By way of background, the City Council adopted the handbook back in February to serve as a guide for the city's appointed BCC members and to provide direction on policies and best practices, as well as recommendations for both new advisory bodies and modifications to existing ones. In order to implement some of the recommended changes to the advisory bodies, corresponding amendments to the Cerritos Municipal Code were required, and those amendments were initially presented and approved by the City Council at the March 13th meeting. However, upon the required second reading of the proposed amendments on March 27th, the City Council decided not to move forward with the amendments and instead chose to maintain the current structure of the city's BCCs. Further, the City Council also directed staff to prepare a report for consideration on the potential rescission of the handbook. With that as background, the City Council does have broad discretion with regard to the handbook and has the authority to amend or rescind it as it deems appropriate. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the report, Deputy City Manager Ryan Carey. Do I have any questions from the City Council? I will now open for public comments on this item. I call Celia Spitzer. Hi, Celia.
Hello, good evening, all of you, my friends. Some of you I've known a really long time. Since December, I've been speaking about this item, first to offer my input, which was accepted, in regard to the content and a lot of wordsmithing. I was very pleased when nearly all of my suggestions were incorporated. However, some of particular consequence were not. I continued to address those, but to no avail. In addition, it became clear to me that a majority of the council at that time just wanted to push something through that would not affect them, as they were not running for re-election, but would direct what the incoming council members would have to follow regarding advisory commissions and committees. I then spoke out and requested the council to table any action on the proposed handbook governing appointments to the commissions and committees. Nevertheless, they voted to adopt what was presented. Tonight, you will have the opportunity to rescind what the majority of that council adopted and put your own fingerprint on it. I hope you will do so and, for now, leave the appointment process guidelines as they have been for many years. Then you can start from scratch if you choose to create such a handbook with new suggestions as proposed by your Policy and Procedure Committee, and for which all of you would have the opportunity to make comments and give input before adopting such a document. Although these comments apply specifically to the handbook addressed in 9G, my sort of overarching comments regarding the inappropriateness of the premature adoption of such a handbook also apply to 9H. Both of these documents should reflect what you want. I don't know where that crazy voice is coming from. Not what a majority of your predecessors wanted. You should not be dictated to by previous council members who no longer serve. Oh, I'm fine. I don't need that. Thank you. I'm done on this body. Thank you, and thank you for moving it up.
Thank you, Celia. Do I have any other public comment? Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the City Council have any additional questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for this council to rescind the board's, commission, and committees handbook.
Second by Sophia.
So, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson made a motion to rescind the boards, commissions, and committees handbook. It was seconded by Councilmember Say. You can vote on your screen.
Motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you to my city council colleagues for completing another item. We are moving through the agenda. We are now going back to 9C, correct? Madam City Clerk? Okay. I think there might be some people here who like talking about items 9C. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item 9C follows up on prior City Council discussion as it relates to pickleball. This presentation will be given by Mr. Samir Patel from our Recreation Services Division, and following his presentation, he and I would be happy to answer any questions. You just give us just a moment while we work out the technical details here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Agenda item 9C is the review and consideration of the feasibility of converting tennis courts at Liberty Park into dual courts for pickleball and tennis. Currently, there are 15 pickleball courts in Cerritos, with 10 of them being located at LA County's Don Canabe Community Regional Park. At Liberty Park, there are 3 pickleball courts located inside the grass area of the walking track, pictured here. There are an additional 2 courts located on the south end of the park. All 5 courts at Liberty Park do not have gates surrounding them, so they are available free of charge and on a first-come, first-served basis. As it relates to tennis courts, the city operates 11 tennis courts, with Cerritos Park East having 4 courts, Westgate Park having 1 court, and Liberty Park having 6 tennis courts. The courts at Cerritos Park East and Liberty Park are available to Cerritos residents at no charge, and resident reservations are permitted up to 1 week in advance. Non-residents are not permitted to make a reservation. In order to convert tennis courts into dual use for pickleball and tennis activities, new boundary lines would need to be added. There are several configurations that could be employed when converting a tennis court into dual use. If the existing tennis court is in good condition, the new boundary lines could be painted on top of the existing tennis court surfacing. This slide demonstrates the most common configurations and their associated costs. These costs range from $2,000 to $5,000 depending on how many pickleball courts would be added. If the tennis court is selected for dual use is in need of additional maintenance, then the court would need to be entirely resurfaced. The estimated cost to resurface the court, repaint the tennis court lines, and add up to 4 pickleball courts is $20,000. Under this scenario, it is also possible to convert the tennis courts into 4 dedicated pickleball courts for the same cost. Each dual-use configuration has its own merits and drawbacks. Having 1 pickleball court and 1 tennis court would allow for the city's existing reservation policy at Cerritos Park East and Liberty Park to remain intact. Adding 2 or more pickleball courts would provide more play opportunities for the community. However, allowing reservations would be a challenge to enforce, since drop-in use and reservations could potentially occur simultaneously and create conflict amongst players. Having multiple pickleball courts on 1 tennis court would be better suited for drop-in play only. At the December 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission, the commission reviewed a staff report to consider the conversion of tennis courts into dual-use courts. The commission voted 5-0 to recommend convert 1 tennis court at Liberty Park to 4 standalone pickleball courts and not recommend dual use of the courts. It is recommended that the City Council review and discuss the information provided in the staff report, including the following potential options. Convert 1 tennis court at Liberty Park to a dual-use court with 1 tennis court and 1 pickleball court with use permitted through reservations. Convert 1 tennis court at Liberty Park to 4 pickleball courts with use provided on a drop-in, first-come, first-served basis. or leave the existing tennis courts unchanged. Review the recommendation by the Parks and Recreation Commission and direct staff accordingly. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Samir. Do I have any questions from the council? Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Yes, I just have a question, Samir. Is there, I don't know the game, I'm not familiar. Is there like a agreed upon time limit that like unsaid rule, but you know, that players would know, hey, you know, 50 minutes and then let the next person go?
It does vary by players. Sometimes they'll play up to an hour, or sometimes they'll play up to certain points. So if they may play up to 11 points and call that, the game, or if it's just practice, it would depend on the number of players that are there. And they typically create their own standby policy where they kind of line up their paddles to see who's next in line.
Oh, okay. So then it's not really a problem to have drop-in play with no reservations. It's kind of understood amongst the players, you know, depending on how long the line is, they kind of agree on something then.
Yes, currently the 5 courts at Liberty Park are drop-in use only, and the players manage themselves
Okay, thank you.
pretty well.
Thanks.
You said all of the pickleball courts at Liberty Park are drop-in use only?
Correct.
First come, first serve.
First come, first serve.
Any other questions?
Can I have a question, Mayor?
Council member Say.
Want to thank you so much. I love pickleball. Actually, I was taught by Mr. Laws. I really enjoying that. But my questions here is, I saw the 4 outside doesn't have fence on, and at the outside area. If we convert to 4, 1 tennis court to 4, that fence on, does it require to make appointment with the staff? The park people doesn't need to, because the tennis court usually you have to make reservation. When you change to, if we change to convert to 4, from 1 tennis court to 4, would I be still have to call or first come first?
Thank you for the question. It would be first come, first served. It would be drop-in use only. The fence would be there, but we would keep the courts unlocked or remain open so people can come and go as they please.
Yeah, I prefer convert to the 4 because that just really safe. It's kind of safety measurement there. So that way, because when I went by actually I grew up in the park. My kids grew up there, and now my grandchildren use that a lot everywhere, not just on the Liberty Park. So I was considered a safe measure first, and I saw that when they made it pickleball at Liberty Park at outside, you know how the track area, I don't feel safe. I really would like to change, convert to 1 to 4 if it's possible. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Samir. Liberty Park has 6 tennis courts. How many of those courts today are in good condition so that we just have to paint, if we were to approve pickleball, dual use pickleball court, tennis courts, how many of those 6 courts can we just paint the new boundary lines on top of the existing tennis court surfacing at the prices, the cost that you indicated on page 2? So what I'm asking, and the coming at you the other way, what I'm asking is, how many of those 6 courts are in need of additional maintenance so that the court would need to be entirely resurfaced?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. All 6 courts at Liberty Park are in fair condition, or in good condition. Obviously, the engineering division may want to take a closer look at it, but their initial assessment was they are in good condition.
So you're telling the council that the $20,000 cost currently is not applicable to the tennis courts at Liberty Park?
Correct. If it was going to be for dual use, the $20,000 cost would come into effect if you wanted to convert all 4 or 1 court into 4 dedicated pickleball courts. Then it would have to be resurfaced. Yes.
Yes, and as you pointed out, as is pointed out in this agenda report, page 3, the Parks and Recreation Commission considered dual-use pickleball tennis courts at Liberty Park in these 6 tennis courts, and they approved it unanimously to convert 1 tennis court to 4 standalone pickleball courts and not recommend dual use.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, but they agreed that there should be more pickleball courts. Basically, they agreed that there should be more pickleball courts utilizing one of the tennis courts. And that was based on a survey that Recreation Services did, surveying the usage of the tennis courts. And that was presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission and to the City Council, correct?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, we did provide attendance statistics at that meeting, which compared tennis courts and pickleball courts, yes.
Okay. And that survey led to the the Parks and Recreation Commission unanimously approving changing one of the tennis courts.
Correct.
At Liberty Park.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions from my colleagues? Let's go to public comment. Teddy Lloyd. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your patience. Okay, I really like the idea that the Parks and Recreation Commission suggested to convert a tennis court into 4 pickleball courts. Now, of course, there are choices. Now, you can set it up for dual use, and you can set it up for dedicated. And nearby cities here in Cerritos nearby, La Palma had just converted and then made it into a dual use and did a very good job. And I would say if the city council members would like to see what's it like, all we have to do just a mile from here, you can see what they did at the Central Park. There are only 2 tennis courts, but one converted into very nice 4 pickleball courts, but dual use. But then at the same time, you can see examples of a tennis court totally converted into for pickleball. And that is if you go to Don Canabi Regional Park. Okay, so the way I'm looking at, while it's great that the city is considering more pickleball courts for Liberty Park, but then isn't the city also considering have more pickleball courts on the east side? East side, by my definition, is the part of the city of Cerritos east of Bloomfield. Well, if that's the case, some city residents say, well, how about at the CPE, Cerritos Park East? And some even suggested maybe Gonzalez Park. But my suggestion is that why not take the sports complex portion, and then Don Canabi Regional Park has 12 tennis courts, and the tennis courts are being used less and less. And I recall recently the city council even suggested to work with the County of Los Angeles to convert and then use, and then since it's located right next to the sports complex, one idea I really think would be great for the city of Cerritos is take over those tennis courts. If the county does not really want to manage it, how about let the city of Cerritos handle that? And the city of Cerritos already has the sports complex sitting right there. So I would say, first of all, you have 12 remaining tennis courts, and they're not being used much except by Whitney High School for the tennis team. So just think about it. Out of 12 tennis courts that they have, let's say we take half of them, 6 of them. Of course, that's asking a lot, but 6 of them can make into 24 pickleball courts. And the cost is relatively low because you don't need to build anything. Whereas if you go to CPE, Cerritos Park East, you want to build 2 courts, you have to take out the the water spray park. And I heard the cost nearly $100,000 just build 2 courts. But then you build 2 courts there, 3 courts there. City of Cerritos ended up only about a few courts. But if you go to Don Canabi Regional Park, I would say that location is great because it also addresses many issues that the city council looked into, such as noise, such as parking spaces, such as restrooms. They're all there. And the nice thing is that you have also the Cerritos Sports Complex. It's located right there. And what I've noticed is that the County of Los Angeles is really not that interested in managing those tennis courts, and they ended up hiring a separate company called iPickle, which had created tremendous amount of resentment from the Cerritos residents because they're not making it, free to play. So therefore, my suggestion is for the city of Cerritos to really look into the possibility of taking the tennis courts over at Don Canabi Regional Park and make that into 4 pickleball courts for our city. And especially it's located on the eastern portion of our city of Cerritos rather than the western portion. Now, I'm always great. I always take whatever we can get. So if the Liberty Park's gonna have one more, great. But then I like for the city of Cerritos to really look into how about on the east side, okay? And the east side, you have choices. You can be at Heritage Park. You can be at the CPE. You can be at Gonzalez Park. But ultimately, it's just like a couple courts here and a couple courts there. But at Don Canabi Regional Park, I think it's ideally suited to satisfy the city's requirement to have more pickleball courts. Thank you very much. I'll have more information to provide for the City Council if you have any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Fred, Sacramento. Okay, Kirit Chahan. You sure, Fred? Okay, thank you, Fred. Kirit.
Hello again. So I'm here because I like playing pickleball.
Good reason.
I will support the notion of adding more at Liberty, but not if it comes at the cost of having something at CPE. CPE is my local park. I can walk there. If I need to go to Liberty, yes, I do drive there, and I do use those courts. But there's a big difference between the ones at Don Canabi and Liberty. The difference is when you're in those enclosed spaces, even on a slightly windy day, if you play pickleball, you'd understand what it does. So being shielded slightly, being in an enclosed space, actually makes it a better place to play. So Don Canabi is a better option. Well, why couldn't we have it at CPE? Yes, I know there are various options, but I look at life very differently. This chamber is wonderful. Our library, magnificent. Our CCPA, wonderful. Why can't we do that for pickleball? Pickleball, like Ted was speaking about, is a growing sport. And what I am seeing is dads coming in with their children now playing pickleball. Before it was slightly older people, but it isn't. I'm seeing a lot of kids play it. So my comment is, let this project go through. Yes, it's a certain amount of money, but it's not significant within the scope of this city and the expectation that we have in this city. Do something at CPE. The fountain is unusable. Why not turn CPE into a mini Don Canavi? Why not put some exercise equipment over there where you use your own weight? You don't have to check in. Why not take 2 of the handball courts and turn those into pickleball? I've scoped it out. There's space there. There's a possibility that you can do that and leave 2 handball. We're not removing option, but we're creating more options for the residents who live in that area. And all of you should know the number of people who walk at CPE, both the track and the bigger circle, and the number of people who play baseball over there. It is a very popular park, and adding that to me would be an ideal option, but I do support Liberty as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirit. Any other speakers? Please submit your name and state your name, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Neil Mehta, Mayor, City Council, City staff. I agree with Garrett that CPE is definitely I think the best option. I'm a pickleball player. I've been playing for 5 years. Before that, I played tennis. Tennis is still a popular sport, but pickleball is just, it supersedes it now. And not just because it's so much fun, but it's a very social sport. And we're seeing people that are in their 70s and 80s playing this sport. I'm trying to convince people, like, they were my grandparents, to come out and play, and they're actually considering. You now see families. I don't see families playing tennis as much as I see families playing pickleball. And that's what this city's all about. It's about family. It's about community. And this sport is so social. It's so much fun. But you guys were one of the pioneers of building pickleball courts at Liberty. But then we kind of slowed down. And to me, Don Kanabe, even though there's courts there where I play, I have to pay to play there. And there's a lot of people who can't afford to play this game, and it shouldn't be that way. My nephew, two of my nephews and their father came on Monday to play, and they paid $30 to play pickleball. Why should I have to pay $30 to play a sport like that? So we want to encourage people to play this sport. Don Kanabe's not encouraging that. But where we can put this is at Cerritos Park. And I know we did the attendance at Liberty, but we should also do the attendance of the tennis courts at CPE. I live near CPE as well. We'll have to take a walk together. Because whenever I'm there, those tennis courts are not busy. And if we were to convert just one of those four into a pickleball court, you will see that flagship park that you guys were talking about months ago. That is our flagship park. I've been going to that park for 40 years. And that is one sport that's missing, is pickleball at that park. And that would make it the most well-rounded park there will be in that area. And so for those people that live in that area, they have to drive to Liberty, they have to drive to Don Kanabe, and many of them are actually going to Central Park, which is in La Palma, because they can't afford to play at Don Kanabe. And Liberty has gotten so crowded because there's only 5 courts there. So I think you guys can understand that CPE is the ideal choice. But to Teddy's point, that if we can get at Liberty, great. But Liberty already has 5. CPE has 0. Let's put 4 courts in there. I think you'll be really happy. There's a lot of people in our neighborhood that want to play that sport, but are leaving Cerritos to play this sport. That's not what we want. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? I know. Are there any other speakers on this item? City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the one written comment submitted for item 9C by the deadline listed on the agenda and for inclusion in the official record. Requests for copies of written comments submitted for the meeting can be made during regular business hours to the office of the City Clerk.
Seeing no other speakers, I will close the public comment period. Does the City Council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the chance to talk to Mr. Laurie and then other gentlemen. And I also have a lot of friends. They all love pickleballs, and they're really, really into it. I even got invited to the Whitney High School, indoor pickleball. And there's so many people, and then I've seen a lot of people go there and they get frustrated. They have to leave because they don't want to they don't know how long they have to wait to be able to play it. So I can tell this sport is getting very, very popular for all ages of people. I've seen younger people are playing it, and they really enjoy it. I think if we can really think about to have more pickleball court without costing tremendous money, I think this would be a great idea. It would be a very, very popular sports for our city, and our city will be famous for that. I do know I have friends come all the way from Irvine to come to Don Kanabe Park and play. I was shocked. But I do propose to, if whatever we can do, I think this is a very good sport. We should support it. Thank you.
Any question or comments? City
I make a
council
comment?
members. Okay, Sophia Say, Council
Thank
Member
you.
Sophia Say.
Thank you, Mayor. How funny, we all speak the same language. Actually, I type it out here to prepare today. As a nurse and resident, I see pickleball and outdoor fitness as ways to promote health and bring our community together. I hope this is an appropriate place to request agendas to Mayor to consider adding a pickleball courts and exercise equipment, especially by repurposing unused space like the dolphin play pool. Without using anything, we don't put any water there, and 2 handball courts at CPE East Side because they are totally far other side. Hopefully, we can make some changes that will create a vibrant space when where family, kids, and senior they stay acting together. And I'm just kind of my suggestion here. I still want a 4 pickleball in 1 tennis court in the Liberty because I don't think it's safe. The 4 outside, no fence. That's my recommendation, my suggestion, my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mayor Yokoyama. Thank your council colleagues and staff for your report. It warms my heart to have this conversation because it brings me back to, I want to say as early as 2011 when I first got on the city council. And that's the first time that I learned about pickleball from our residents. Some of the most early active advocates for pickleball that I ever met were right here in the city of Cerritos. I see you nodding. So, anyways, at that time, it was quite a contentious issue. In fact, the longtime Cerritos Park East Tennis Club and the longtime Liberty Park Tennis Club really organized themselves and invited me out to their tennis clubs, and they would have food out there. They would really make it a social gathering, and I understood how committed that they were to their tennis courts, and they really felt that they had community ownership of those courts because they were the ones using them mostly. Over the course of the last campaign and all the way through to tonight, and we're already past 10:30. Well, we're almost at 10:30. I really haven't seen that type of aggressive, passionate commitment to tennis. However, what I've seen is just a continued growth in the movement for pickleball, and not just here in our local community, but across the nation. I know that Councilmember Hong mentioned that she's had friends who have traveled from afar to come here. Well, I get that. I have longtime family friends from Virginia who planned their vacations to come out to play at our pickleball courts. Absolutely. And even trying to encourage friends and community members to come out because they were eager to meet our local residents who are committed to pickleball. It is quite something. I've never seen anything like this in recreation, in fitness, and it really warms my heart. So I just want to commend everyone, especially the residents who have been steadfast in their advocacy efforts and organizing efforts to bring us to this point. And I look forward to the motion, second, and vote on this item. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I have some. Oh, do you have a question or comment? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that report, Samir. We did a survey, you did a survey, Recreation Services did a survey of the 6 Liberty Park tennis courts. You presented that survey to the City Council. Councilmember Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and I were on the City Council a year or so, or months ago, year ago, 2 years ago when you presented it. You did a survey which justified the decision, the unanimous decision of the Parks and Recreation Commission to convert one of the tennis courts at Liberty Park. My point for asking that is, have we done a similar survey at Cerritos Park East? the 4 tennis courts?
We have not conducted that type of survey at Cerritos Park East yet.
Thank you. Another thing I just want to say is, I voted, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and I, at that meeting, I can't remember when it was, a year ago, months ago, where we, the city council, heard the recommendation, the unanimous recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission to convert one of the 6 Liberty Park tennis courts to 4 pickleball courts. The city council heard that unanimous recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission. Unfortunately, Mayor Pro Tem's Johnson's and my 2 votes to agree with the Parks and Recreation Commission was outvoted by the majority. So we did not make that conversion at that time. But I believed in your survey. I believed in your survey, Samir, that you presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission, you presented to us. And this is just, one instance, but I mean, okay, so I live on 195th and Pioneer, near the intersection of 195th and Pioneer, and I often drive past the Liberty Park tennis courts on Studebaker to get to 195th and go east to get to my house. And I don't see things happening in those tennis courts. And I just happened to be there on Saturday, this past Saturday, April 5. So Saturday, April 5, I was at Liberty Park celebrating my niece Coco's 5th birthday party with the family. And I saw that the pickleball courts were being used. There was pickleball playing going on inside the track and to the south. And I saw people walking back and forth to the pickleball courts, carrying all their equipment. They were playing pickleball. And when I left the party at a little bit before 4 p.m., and I exit out of that parking lot that leads you to the shelters, and I passed the tennis courts, they were all 6 of them were empty at a little bit before 4 p.m. on a Saturday, April 5. All 6 tennis courts were empty. That's what I saw at that snapshot of time when I drove by, compared to me being at the party at one of the shelters, seeing the continuous use of the pickleball courts. So when I had a moment, I called up the Liberty Park facility, the counter, and our hardworking staff member answered the phone. And I said, "This is Mayor Yokoyama. I just noticed, I just drove by your tennis courts. They were all empty. Is that correct? Are all 6 of the tennis courts empty?" That's what I saw. And the staff member said, "Yes, Mayor, all 6 of the tennis courts are empty." And I said, "Have they been empty all day?" And he said, "Well, I've only been here since 2 p.m. And this was about 4 p.m. I've only been here since 2 p.m. and nobody has used the tennis courts while I've been here for these 2 hours." So that's a reminder that the survey you presented, I don't think anything's really changed, that there hasn't been a change in the use of those tennis courts since you presented the survey, where you and your staff kept daily statistics about the use of the tennis courts. You presented that to us. I actually wish I had brought it in, because I actually looked it up, but it's upstairs. So I also wanted to say to the public, I don't consider this as it's either Liberty Park or the east side. This is not either adding pickleball courts to Liberty Park or the east side. And by us, if we agree to convert some of the tennis courts to Liberty Park, that means we're going to stop talking about pickleball on the east side. In fact, I want to remind the staff that at the January 9, 2025 City Council meeting, we heard a pickleball item. Please, anybody chime in if you want to add any details or if I'm getting it wrong. But on January 9, 2025, the Cerritos City Council decided to table talking about pickleball courts, including the east side, until after the March 4 election, so that this council, this new council, can now work together and consider the need for pickleball courts throughout the city, including the east side. So we already decided back on January 9, 2025, that we need to bring back an agenda item to this city council about pickleball courts throughout the entire city, not just Liberty Park. Okay? But I asked this item 9C to be agendized because Samir and the Recreation Services staff had already put together a compelling, as far as I'm concerned, and Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and I voted for this when it was first presented. I considered a compelling agenda report that had a survey backing up the unanimous decision of the Parks and Recreation Commission to add pickleball courts where the tennis courts are at Liberty Park. So this was something we could bring back to get our feet wet regarding pickleball. Okay, but we need to look at pickleball on the east side. And we need to look at it at Cerritos Park East. And we need a survey, Samir, of the 4 tennis courts at Cerritos Park East, so that we know if the tennis fans, the tennis players, are keeping those 4 tennis courts busy. With tennis. Okay? So, can you put up the slide showing the different dual use pickleball courts where you have the tennis court and then you had 1 pickleball court, 2 pickleball courts, or 4 pickleball courts? Okay, so for that dual use configuration option, the 4 pickleball court dual use option, are the 4 games, is it too dense that the 4 games are going to get in the way of each other? What do you two gentlemen think? In your experience, can we have 4 pickleball courts on a dual use configuration and all 4 games have enough space that they're not getting in the way of each other? I open it up for public comment.
Mr. Mayor, absolutely true. I can show you many, many examples. For example, I mentioned earlier, just go and check out Central Park in La Palma. 1 tennis court converted into 4 pickleball courts, and boy, you'll be surprised how many people there and waiting to play. Okay, and then I counted one time, 4 pickleball courts. Okay, each court has 4, and guess how many people even waiting? 2 sets of paddles for each court. So that means 1 pickleball court has 12 players. And then the tennis court has got 4 times 12, it's nearly 50. And that's so common, so common. And if you want to see examples of dedicated courts converted from a tennis court, very simple. I'll show you at the city of Long Beach, DeForest Park, Veterans Park, and then also they converted another park in Long Beach. 1 tennis court always have 4 pickleball courts. And that's why I even suggested, how about for the city of Cerritos to look even closely at Downtown. You still have 12 tennis courts. And then each court make it into 4. It's so fast, so easy, and that can be done, practically speaking, if you want to convert it, takes 2 or 3 days.
Okay, we're going to get into that.
Yeah.
On your hearing that we're going to bring back another agenda report.
Okay.
So don't come back for that meeting too.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So 4 pickleball courts on a dual use configuration option, it's not too dense. It's normal. Normal. What do you think, Samir?
Yes, I concur. We have already reached out to a resurfacing company, and they have confirmed that 4 courts can fit on a tennis court.
Okay. Okay, so do my colleagues have any other questions? Any other questions?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Can I make a comment, please?
I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Councilmember Hong,
Yes.
would like to make a comment.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
I just want to make sure because I do see what they have done at the inside of the Whitney High School, and they are playing there and they're very happy. And if I look at this outdoor one, when you have one tennis court converted into 4 pickleball courts, it looks beautiful. And not to mention, the cost is so much less. Because if you look at comparing the cost, 1 is for 2,000, 2 is for 3,000, and 4 only for 5,000. So I think if we can convert some of the tennis courts into 4 pickleball courts, we can satisfy the pickleball players as well as we can still maintain some tennis courts for the tennis lover. Okay, thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you for that comment, Councilmember Hong. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
I'm ready to make my motion. Anybody else? I haven't made the motion.
She's ready.
My motion is to take 2 tennis courts and convert them into dual use, 4 courts at each tennis court with a total of 8 pickleball courts.
Second. I second that motion. Okay, let's put it up. Okay, we don't have a screen on Councilmember Hong. Aaron Benjamin to the rescue.
And just to clarify for the record, this is for Liberty Park, is that correct?
That is correct. And don't give up. We will address CPE at some
For
point.
now.
Yes. I guess this council needs to learn how to play pickleball.
Did everybody vote, Madam City Clerk?
Motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Okay. Okay, so I also asked my colleagues for consensus. I'm not sure if this is a consensus item or if we already got the instruction from the January 9, 2025 meeting, but I want to make sure. So I'm asking for consensus that we have an agenda item presenting to the Cerritos City Council options for pickleball court, more pickleball courts throughout the city, including the east side, including Cerritos Park East, and including the options at Don Kanabe Regional Park, taking into account, we all know in this room that that's Los Angeles County. Okay, but let's understand what our options are as the city of Cerritos and the Cerritos City Council. And then I'm sure we'll see all of you gentlemen.
Is that a consensus request, Mayor?
And I like it to be at the soonest opportunity, including Samir and the Recreation Services doing a survey of the Cerritos Park East tennis courts. That's my request for consensus.
Give concurrence.
Okay, we got consensus, and we are done with 9C. 9D. Do my colleagues want to take a 5-minute break, or should we keep plugging away? Okay. 9D, The next item on the agenda is 9D. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you. This item follows up on prior direction from the City Council to bring back an agenda item as it relates to the meeting schedule. Overview of this item will be provided by City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Once again, pursuant to City Council direction, as mentioned at the March 27 Council Agency meeting, the item before you is consideration of cancellation of the Thursday, May 8th City Council Successor Agency meeting due to a conflict with the Community Family Guidance Center annual Children's Benefit Dinner scheduled for that evening. City staff has reviewed the calendar and proposed the City Council consider canceling the May 8th meeting and, if desired, schedule a special meeting in lieu of this meeting for 7 p.m. on Monday, May 5th, 2025. Separately, it has also come to staff's attention that the Asian Pacific American Public Affairs Association is conducting its annual Asian American Pacific Islanders Lead Summit Wednesday, July 23rd through Friday, July 25th, 2025. This event conflicts with the scheduled July 24th regular council agency meeting. Staff proposes City Council consider canceling the July 24th regular meeting, and if desired, the City Council schedule a special meeting in lieu of this meeting for 7 p.m. on Monday, July 28th, 2025. There is no financial impact with regard to approval of modifications to the 2025 Council Agency meeting schedule. It is now respectfully recommended the City Council review, discuss, and receive public comment on the proposed modifications to the 2025 Cerritos Public Meeting Schedule and provide direction on the proposed amendments or direct staff accordingly. This concludes my report, and the City Manager and I are available to answer any questions the Council may have.
Madam City Clerk, thank you for your report. Do we have any questions from the council? Any questions from the council, please? Madam City Clerk, the March 8 meeting is being proposed to be canceled and moved to the March 5, 3 days before. May 5, 3 days before. However, the July 24 meeting, which is proposed to be rescheduled, we're not moving it to 3 days before. We're moving it to the Monday 4 days after. Why are we considering changing it to July 28 and not July 21?
Thank you, Mayor. Upon review, thank you for your question. Upon review of the calendar, I believe there were some other conflicts as related to that particular date. It was also noted that there is an extra week between the second scheduled council meeting in July and the first scheduled meeting in August, with plenty of time in between.
I will now open this item for public comments. Is there any public comment? Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
It was moved by Johnson, seconded by Polito. Let's vote.
I believe the electronic voting is activated. And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
The next item on the agenda is item 9E. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 9E is to provide an overview of potential options for commemorating the city's upcoming anniversaries. An overview of this item will be presented by Director of Community and Cultural Services, Annie Hilton, and following her presentation, she and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Mayor Yokoyama and members of the City Council. The City of Cerritos will commemorate the following local and national milestone anniversaries during the year 2026. the 70th anniversary of the City of Cerritos, the 250th anniversary of the United States, 40-year remembrance of the Cerritos air disaster, and the 25-year remembrance of 9/11 Patriot Day. The city is also looking forward to celebrating the 75th anniversary of the City of Cerritos in 2031. Staff has developed concepts for potential commemorations and celebrations for these special anniversaries. To celebrate the city's 70th anniversary, the following activities are suggested: dedication of the Milking Time sculptures by artist Jane DeDecker as an homage to the city's founding as Dairy Valley, an anniversary luncheon and dance at the Cerritos Senior Center at Pat Nixon Park, enhancements to the annual Spring Fling and Fireworks Spectacular event, a Cerritos resident talent showcase, StoryCorps recording project at the Cerritos Library to preserve residents' memories of life in Cerritos, development of an anniversary logo and production of keepsakes featuring the design, essay and art contests for children and teens with anniversary themes, historical photos and fun facts to be posted on the city's social media channels, and anniversary banners placed on street poles around key city facilities. The 250th anniversary of Independence Day will be celebrated nationally on July 4th, 2026. The city's Let Freedom Ring celebration will highlight the United States semi-quincentennial. Staff has requested an increase to the annual allocation for the event to provide a grand patriotic celebration for the community. In addition, Cerritos Library has applied for an opportunity to participate in the Smithsonian Making History, Making Change lecture series. The lecture series would allow the library to host a lecture featuring a Smithsonian curator, scientist, educator, historian, or other expert who explores the 250th anniversary of the nation through the lens of their work. On August 31st, 1986, the Cerritos air disaster tragedy occurred. For the 40-year remembrance on August 31st, 2026, the city will invite the community to the Cerritos Air Disaster Memorial in the Sculpture Garden to gather for prayers, a moment of silence, a reading of the names of the victims, laying of wreaths, and to share memories of those lost in the tragic event. On September 11th, 2001, nearly 3,000 people perished in the terrorist attacks on the United States. For the 25-year remembrance of 9/11 in 2026, the city will plan a community gathering with prayers, patriotic musical performances, an expression of gratitude to first responders, and reflection upon people lost in the attacks. And looking forward to 2031, the events suggested for the city's 70th anniversary could also be held in celebration of the 75th anniversary. As this will be an especially significant occasion, the city could also consider commissioning Rob Capello to compose an original piece of music to commemorate the city's 75th anniversary. Mr. Capello would collaborate with members of the community to create the piece, which could be premiered at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. The suggested celebrations and commemorations are subject to the availability of funding as approved by the City Council. A grand total allocation of $30,000 will be included in the proposed Community and Cultural Services Department 2025-2026 fiscal year budget to cover the cost of the suggested City of Cerritos 70th anniversary celebrations. The Let Freedom Ring celebration event budget request has been increased by $2,000 to cover the anticipated costs for the special 250th anniversary of the United States. A request for $15,000 for the 25-year 9/11 Patriot Day Remembrance, and a request for $8,000 for the 40-year Cerritos air disaster remembrance will be included in the 26-27 fiscal year budget proposal. The cost to commission Rob Capello to compose a 75th anniversary musical piece is estimated to be $60,000. Mr. Capello's representative has indicated he is willing to negotiate with the city on his commission fee. It is recommended that the City Council review and consider the potential options for commemorating the 70th anniversary of the City of Cerritos, 250th anniversary of the United States, 40-year remembrance of the Cerritos air disaster, 25-year remembrance of 9/11 Patriot Day, and the 75th anniversary of the City of Cerritos, and direct staff accordingly. This concludes my report, and at this time, City Manager Robert Lopez and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the report, Annie. Do we have any questions from the City Council? I will now open for public comments on this item. Do we have any public comment? Are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the City Council have any additional questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Yeah, I want to thank staff. Thank you, Annie, for their enthusiasm on getting an early kickstart on these upcoming events. I really appreciate that we as a city are taking the initiative to recognize and respect the significance of these milestone events. I sit on the art committee, which is an internal committee. Currently, we have an arts festival that's going to be happening. And what I'd like to see happen is to approve moving forward on the events in this staff report, but for staff to also include the arts committee in the planning sessions. This way we have a clear vision of two separate events and that we do not duplicate activities and festivities. When it's appropriate, I'd like to make a motion for that.
Are they? Does any other council members have any additional questions or comments? Okay, can you restate? Can you state again what your motion is and make the motion? Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is to approve the options as provided in the staff report and have staff include the arts committee in their planning sessions.
Second by Sophia.
So your motion is, can you repeat it one more time?
To approve the options as provided in the staff report, but as we move forward, we're going to work with the arts committee to fine tune some of the details and discuss these options that were presented to us.
Okay, so at this time, your motion is approving
Just moving forward.
the options, including the $60,000 estimate for the cost to commission the 75th anniversary musical piece?
Not to approve the use of the 60,000, but to create a working group to discuss it.
What,
Because I believe that would have to come back for council approval, correct?
what fiscal year would that 60,000 be included in, city manager?
The 75th anniversary of the city would be it's in the year 2031, so it would be in the 2030-2031 fiscal year. As outlined and what's proposed by the composer is that it could be a 5-year-long community engagement process. So expenses would be spread over a period of time. If the council would like, the council can consider directing staff to prepare the more immediate items for the upcoming fiscal year. There are items noted for fiscal year 25-26, and then as suggested, work with the ad hoc working group to iron out some details on the longer term items and then come back to the council for recommendation.
And that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so it was motioned and seconded. Let's vote.
And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
The next item on the agenda is 9F. City manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item 9F is an informational report related to the city's digital communication strategy and our social media. The item will be introduced by Director of Administrative Services, Drew Schneider, and following that, he and our team will be happy to answer any questions.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. It's our pleasure to appear before you tonight to provide an update on our city's digital communications policy. We'll briefly highlight some of the recent legal changes and procurement, pardon me. We will highlight some of the recent legal and procedural changes shaping our approach to social media, share the current strategies in place to promote transparency, engagement, and effective communication with the community. We look forward to receiving your direction on this matter. With that, I'd like to introduce Scott Harvey, our Communications and Marketing Manager, who will walk us through the details of the report. Scott?
Thank you, Drew. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The agenda item before you tonight provides information on the city's use of social media for the purposes of public engagement. The social media practices are in accordance with the city's digital communications policy, which guides staff use and management of the city's social media platforms and its many websites, including cerritos.gov. Social media is one of the many public engagement tools utilized by the Communications and Marketing Division and aligns with strategic goal number 7, improve community communications. While the city's initial presence on social media started nearly 20 years ago, it wasn't until 2023 when these services were expanded to include Facebook, Instagram, X, and LinkedIn pages for the city, as well as an Instagram page for the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. Relative to that brief history, growth of these accounts has been fairly strong. Our Instagram followers for both the city and CCPA pages exceeds 3,000 accounts, which between the two pages averages out to nearly 5 times as many followers on those platforms than at this time last year. On Facebook, the city and CCPA pages have nearly doubled in number of followers over the past year. When these newer social media accounts were launched in March of 2023, a 12-month trial period was established. During this time, staff was directed to disable comments to city platforms given the 24/7 nature of social media and potential concerns for managing that workload. Upon the end of that trial period, absent direction on whether to enable commenting, the practice has continued on the city's platforms. For sponsored ads on social media, which generally appear on CCPA platforms, comments may need to be on per the platform criteria. Published content includes but is not limited to notice on strategic initiatives, meeting and event promotions, advertisements, event summaries, business spotlights, employee testimonials, job postings, public awareness campaigns, safety notices, and emergency notifications. Content types include single images, image galleries, flyers, infographics, and short and long form videos. To continue to grow the quality of content and user engagement on social media and apply best practices, staff is routinely assessing post performance, following industry trends, and monitoring activity on other government platforms. Current trends and popular engagement strategies on social media include, but are not limited to, short form and vertical videos that cater to shorter attention spans, originality and authenticity, so strong storytelling and relatable content such as people stories and tangible experiences and activities. Social search, these platforms often serve as the gateway to those wanting to learn more about us. Collaborations with creators, influencers, and other brands to help tell our story. Investments in artificial intelligence to become more efficient and maximize impact. Social media ads, paid campaigns to reach target audiences, and strong customer service and quality products. I want to briefly share some top performing posts on the city's platforms from over the past 6 months, some of which align with the aforementioned trends. Here we are. So we'll start with a post from last November, the 26th. It was a post on Instagram. This was a 30-second vertical video previewing Santa's holiday float. You'll see a few frames of that video there on the left. It was on Instagram. It reached 2,338 accounts. It was liked 176 times and shared 110 times. On the right, you'll see a collaborative image carousel post that was for our Instagram accounts. This was a collaboration with the Cerritos Sheriff Station's Instagram account. So people were seeing this post on both accounts. This was one of our most recent posts that was highly engaging by our users. This was from early in the month of April. On Instagram, it reached 2,225 accounts. It was liked 138 times and shared 79 times. Next, you'll see a single image post of our partnership with Southwest Patrol. This post was made on Instagram on January 3rd. It reached 1,985 accounts. It was liked 128 times and shared 35 times. The middle one is a screenshot of a video that we shared back on October 24th of 2024. This was on Facebook. This was actually a paid ad on our social channels to promote our strategic plan and community involvement. 95% of the reach from this campaign was the result of that ad. It reached 8,412 accounts. It was viewed 987 times, and there were 27 links clicked from that post. And then on the far right, you'll see an image carousel of Santa's holiday float map. And this was back in December. On our Facebook page, it reached 3,428 accounts. There were 48 interactions to this post and 172 links clicked. Another one that I'm happy to share as well was a post we made just today that was following our press conference this morning in collaboration with the LASD. And that was to our Instagram. It was a series of images from today's press conference. It has already exceeded 143 likes or 140 likes and over 40 shares on our Instagram page. So the city's continued assessments of social media performance and best practices are done in accordance with our digital communications policy and with strategic goal number 7. Therefore, it is important that we're occasionally reviewing this policy to ensure best practices align with policy requirements while simultaneously helping us reach our communications goals. In conclusion, we recommend that the City Council review and discuss the information provided and direct staff accordingly. And we will now take any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you for the report, Drew and Scott. Do we have any questions from the Cerritos City Council?
I have one question.
So, council members say.
Quick question. With this social media, do we have a staff assigned to oversee or monitor?
Good evening, Councilwoman. We do have a variety of staff members who work in and around social media. We do not have any dedicated staff members just working on social media. Our team works in an interdisciplinary approach to support a full range of communications activities.
So, in other words, and we don't, randomly people will watch, otherwise no staff really concentrate, watch this, the response from the public.
No, ma'am, since we do not currently have comments turned on, we don't have staff actively monitoring for comments or things of that nature. We do have staff that concentrate more in this area.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
I just want to share with you, council members, but we can direct staff to monitor if that's what your wish is.
Do we have any other questions from the City Council? I will now open for public comments on this item. Are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none. City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the council received full text and redacted copies of the one written comment submitted for item 9F by the deadline listed on the agenda and for inclusion in the official record. Requests for copies of the written comments submitted for this meeting may be made during regular business hours to the office of the City Clerk.
Seeing no other speakers, I will close the public comment period. Does the City Council have any additional questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
So social media is just one of the ways we can all exercise our First Amendment right. So by allowing residents to comment on these platforms, we are letting them know that this council does not want to silence them. Many of our surrounding cities, such as Artesia, Lakewood, La Mirada, Downey, and even our county supervisor, Supervisor Janice Hahn, allows comments on their social media pages. If residents are wanting to comment, by all means do so. Just know, residents, that we as a council also need to follow best practices by not engaging or communicating on social media so that we avoid being in violation of the Brown Act. So residents, please don't take our silence on social media as us ignoring you. If residents have a question or concern, I urge you to please contact the city so that city staff can provide proper guidance and accurate information. Please do not rely on comments on social media. And let's be real, there are comments that can be mean-spirited and even attack one another. And I also encourage residents, be mindful on what you write. Remember, other cities are looking at our social media pages, and we don't want to be known as a city that has hateful or unkind people making comments. That's not what the city is all about. Staff can be directed to remove these mean-spirited comments. So let me put it bluntly, you don't want to be known as that resident that is wasting staff's time to remove your comment. This is the first time that the Cerritos City Council is considering opening up comments on social media, so please use these social media platforms wisely. As to how the city will monitor these comments, I'd like to recommend that we have a staff member monitor comments and at least twice a day remove comments that do not meet any of the 9 examples on page 6 of the 17 pages of our digital communications policy. So briefly, those 9 examples are comments related that are not related to the topic being discussed, profane language, discriminatory comments, solicitation of commerce, anything with sexual content, encouragement of illegal activity, information that could compromise the safety or security of the public, content that violates illegal ownership of any party, and speech that is not protected by either the U.S. or California constitutions. That would be the only restrictions I would ask that we remove from our social media platforms. And like I said, I'm not asking for staff to 24/7 monitor these pages. Twice a day, I think, is enough, before in the morning and before you go home at night.
Ma'am, if I may offer, if we are going to turn on comments, I do believe that we need to revise our current policy to make some updates in order to be in compliance with AB 992 and other changes in the legal landscape and procedural landscape within social media platforms. So respectfully, I think as staff, we would ask to give the opportunity to take a refresh on this and bring it back to the appropriate ad hoc working group or the council as full, whatever the city council may so wish.
I will add that in addition to what Mr. Schneider said, there are revisions that do need to be made specifically with respect to how comments are moderated, as well as for the moderator from the city staff. They will need to be trained on what requirements are for cities as public agencies to moderate First Amendment speech. For example, profane language is a First Amendment right. And so we would have to do additional training for the moderator to determine when it goes beyond profanity into obscenity. And that way we can ensure that we are within the constitutional requirements of allowing people to speak. And whether or not you want us to take it at first to the working group and then to the council, we can do that, or we can bring it straight to the council if you want to expedite the process.
Okay, so I will now open, wait, are there any other questions from the council? Any other questions?
I just have some
Councilmember
comments.
Hong?
Yes, thank you. I just thinking, like Drew was suggesting, because I've seen social media has been like we all been suffered before, right? We all have some problems. And what is the rule? It's like a TikTok, you're out of control. So how are you going to monitor that? And what kind of regulation you can input? Is it by law we can do all that? Or is there any regulation we can just impose ourselves? And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of comments from the residents. So we have to think about all the consequences when we do that. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, for all of our social media pages, we will have a link to the city's social media and digital communication policy, and we're requesting anybody who posts to adhere to that. And by commenting, they're acquiescing to the fact that they are going to comply or be met with comments potentially being deleted or them as users potentially being blocked for a certain amount of time if they continue to violate that. So we can put that in our policy and provide that to those that are going to be interacting with our social media pages.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Are there any other questions from the City Council? I will now open for public comment on this item. Are there any speakers on this item? Are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none, City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the one written comment submitted for item 9F by the deadline. Requests for copies of the written comments submitted for this meeting can be made during regular business hours to the office of the City Clerk.
Seeing no other speakers, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? I would just like to say that I am thankful and appreciate the written comment on this agenda item 9F, submitted by Cerritos resident Gail Grossman. I always am thankful to get her public comment on our agenda items because she is a longtime resident. Particularly with social media, I know that she is on social media. So thank you, Ms. Grossman, for submitting your public comment. And I think it sounds like this matter is going to continue, so please continue submitting your written comments to the City Council so we can take them into account as we move forward in updating our City of Cerritos digital communications policy and social media strategy. Are there any other questions or comments from the City Council? Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that the council does move forward on opening up public comments on our social media platforms. But before doing so, get a report back from staff with updates to our digital communications policy, period.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, a second by Mark Polito.
And the motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Great. So that passed unanimously. So regarding the motion, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson's motion that was just approved unanimously to open up the comments on our city social media, but bringing back an agenda report first. When can we get that agenda report?
If I may, we will need some time to study the policy and against the updated law, review that, and I would ask for at least at least a month or two to spend that time that needed.
Sounds good. Thank you. Let's move on to item.
The most important aspect is the training of the staff for moderation, more so than the policy.
Yes.
The policy is easy. It's just the training.
Yeah, and that'll be explained, or that'll be explained and included in the agenda report.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking forward, and I think my colleagues are looking forward to getting that agenda report back. We would like to hear from our residents, our well-meaning, wonderful residents who would like to engage on social media so they could ask questions and say a lot of nice things about the City of Cerritos. Item 9H. The next item on the agenda is 9H. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. The final new and old business item is following up on City Council direction to bring back consideration relates to related to the City Council Protocol Manual. The overview of this item will also be presented by Deputy City Manager Ryan Carey, and following his presentation, he and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. At the March 27th council meeting, the council provided us with direction to prepare a report to consider the potential rescission of the City Council Protocol Manual. For some context, the Protocol Manual was originally adopted in April 2013 as a guide to help all members of the City Council understand their roles, responsibilities, and the operational protocols that govern our meetings and processes. It was intended to be a living document, regularly reviewed and updated to reflect changes in best practices, as well as city policies and procedures. The manual was last updated this past February 27th, marking the first update since its original adoption in 2013. However, on March 27th, the council provided direction for the consideration to rescind the manual. Similar to the BCC manual that you guys considered earlier this evening, the City Council does have the authority to implement, amend, or rescind the manual as it sees fit. If the decision is made to rescind the manual, it is recommended that the council develop alternative protocols for the conduct of meetings and other matters related to City Council procedures. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Are there any questions from the council? I will now open for public comments on this item. Are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Oh, I got a comment.
Oh, we have a comment from Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
I oppose the adoption of this new handbook. It's too restrictive. Protocol manual. It's too restrictive and was dictated by a one-person committee on how future council members should act. I want to commend Ryan for putting forth all this hard work in preparing this so-called protocol manual. He was doing what he was directed to do. A protocol manual is supposed to act as a guideline for us. It's not a legal document. It is more of a practical, operational guide. In fact, it's very interesting. The previous council approved this manual when they didn't even follow the previous manual. The manual included a policy on the naming and renaming of city facilities, and they knowingly went against policy and proceeded to name a part of the CCPA to honor the former city manager. When I asked our then attorney at that time if they were breaking policy, and he said yes. But yet the majority of that council still voted to approve the naming of a wall at the CCPA with complete disregard of a protocol manual. So why now was it important for them to implement one? Because they want to tell us, the new council, what to do. This manual is repetitive. Many of this is already mentioned in our city charter, and then it is repeated again in the boards, commissions, and committees handbook. This manual even goes on to say how we should elect our mayor, when for years they followed no such policy and made up their own rotation. We are voted in by the residents that want to address their everyday issues like public safety, trees, and sidewalks. Don't know why we're spending time on a manual that even dictates the number of issued shirts we are allowed. Yes, that's in the manual. Read it. It's petty and it's embarrassing. I want to do away with this entire manual as it stands, start over with best practices. Perhaps we consult with the League of Cities or other municipal organizations, but we need a manual that's more streamlined and not some monstrous 139-page document. That's how angry I am. My apologies.
Councilmember, does anyone do any of my council colleagues have any other questions or comments? Yeah, so my comment is that I find it ironic that this protocol manual that was passed by Bruce Naresh and Chong after they had made the decision, all three of them had made the decision to not run for reelection, is so petty and so detailed on telling future council members how to serve as council members. And this would not apply to them because they all knew they were leaving. And the driving force behind this, former council member Bruce Barrows wasn't even elected. He was appointed. He did not have the mandate of the people. He was appointed, unlike the five of us, who were elected by the residents to serve this city that we love and do the best job we can do representing this city, serving it the right way, making the votes that we believe, voting for policy that we feel would be in the best interests of the residents of Cerritos, the employees of Cerritos, the businesses of Cerritos. So I look forward to guidelines in whatever form, maybe probably another protocol manual, probably a handbook, that the five of us can work together as a respectful, professional council to develop guidelines that we all agree unanimously to follow, starting with the ad hoc group, which will then communicate proposals to the council and get feedback and work together again, unified, to develop a protocol manual or handbooks or policies and procedures, or update them so that the five of us can provide transparency and information to the public and to the staff and to the city employees on that how we are going to conduct ourselves with integrity, transparency, honesty, all with the mandate of the people, because the five of us were elected by the residents of Cerritos. Any other comments from the council? Do I have a motion?
I have a motion to rescind the City Council Protocol Manual.
Second.
It was moved by Johnson, seconded by Polito. Let's vote.
And the motion passes on a vote of 4-0 with one abstention.
Item number 10.
Oh, before we proceed, Mayor and members of the council, what I will advise is that when we do meet with the subcommittee to discuss the establishment of a new protocol manual, to the extent that we need to bring back an item relating to the way that the city council establishes procedures on how it functions, we may bring back a policy that will be eventually incorporated into a manual, but if we need to adopt one now, we'll bring it before you. One thing that stands out to my mind is, for example, the placing of items on the agenda and how that occurs, because we don't have a manual. It can be done in any which way, and any number of ways, and so we would want to bring that back so that you at least have guidance on how you want to be able to place items on the agenda, because I think that is probably going to be an important procedure.
Thank you, City Attorney. Item 10, legislative items. The next item is item 10, City Manager. Do we have any legislative items?
Thank you, Mayor. We have no items to report on either 10A or 10B this evening.
Item 11A, report from the City Manager. The next item is 11A. Does the City Manager have a report?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one item this evening, and that is to introduce one of the newest members of our team. And for that, I'm going to turn the floor over to City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, tonight I am pleased to announce the recent hire of our new Assistant City Clerk, whose new face you may see over there at our upcoming council meetings. Alicia Alvarez comes to us with a wealth of experience in the city clerk world from the city of Whittier, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Alvarez.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, City Clerk Nava, Honorable Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. As she mentioned, my name's Alicia Alvarez, and I'm joining as the Assistant City Clerk. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you in person and passing at City Hall, and I also wanted to say thank you to the staff for the warm welcome that I've received thus far. I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to serving the oh my goodness, the community of Cerritos. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Item 11B, City Council Communications. The next item is 11B. Just want to point out that when we're done with 11B, City Council Communications, we will be having closed session of 5 items.
Gonna be a lot.
City Council Communications, I'll start with Councilmember Say.
Okay, thank you. Well, Honorable Mayor Yokoyama, Mayor Pro Tem Ms. Johnson, and my colleague and staff and the residents of Cerritos. The past 2 weeks have been an incredible, rewarding experience. The opportunity to actively support and engage with our thriving local business community has been both fulfilling and humbling. I deeply appreciate the warm welcome and support that I received from each of you. I had attending quite a lot. On March 29, I went to 2025 Woman of Distinguished Award honor of Mayor Pro Tem Ms. Linda Johnson. Congratulations, being recognized. And March 29th, I also attending Friends of Cerritos Library Writers Festival High Tea. It was a really great event. I went and I love to read. That's just the right place to go. And April 3rd, attending Economic Insight Luncheon featuring guest speaker by Dr. Christopher Thomberg. April 3rd, am I right to report everything right? Because I thought it was different than the district. It should be the same. So April 3rd, I attend multi-chamber mix sponsored by FFB Bank. I want to thank you, our Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor was greeting me there and introduced the guests when I don't know them. And I really appreciate and kind of grab me, take a picture with them. That's I never forget that. And April 5th, Los Angeles County Earth Day, sponsored by Supervisor Jens Hahn. I really enjoyed that because Mayor Pro Tem and I was there on the stage, we were cooking, and they asked us, oh, we're mother, we're kids, we know how to cook. But it's really fun. You know? And my grandkids, Lucas, went there, and then he said, can I have more? And I said, no, you can only get 1 plate. And April 7th, ABC Adult School Outstanding Student Award Ceremony, I attended. April 9th, I went back to my home. April 9th, a woman business again luncheon. I always want to say that one of the keynote speaker was our Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Well done job there. And I think that's about my report. Thank you very much. I do want to thank you again to our Mayor, Honorable Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson for your leadership and warm welcome. It means a lot. And thanks to all the staff and help me, prepare me, tell me what to go, what meeting there. I really appreciate all your give me an opportunity to represent our city and residents. I'm deeply grateful. So I am committed to continue this important work and look forward to future collaborations. That will be my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Councilmember Hong.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Mayor Pro Tem. Unfortunately, I was very busy, but I was pleased to join because of the Mayor Pro Tem's invitation. I was honored to join the Paramount Chamber of Commerce Women in Business luncheon, and Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson is a guest panelist. So we have a good time over there, and we have a very, very good collaboration with all the young women. And my passion is always with the young women and helping all the young women. And that's why we also have a lot of good meeting with the Soroptimist group, and we're hosting, trying to get a lot of new members, and that's why we were very busy. And we also have the safety meeting was hosted by our community manager, Daryl. So the result and the event has a very good turnout, and thank you for Daryl's help and the support. And our members really appreciate it for whatever you've done for us. And they can't wait to hear more about your safety issues, and they're requesting for more. And I say, well, you only have a couple weeks to, to listen to that. So we're looking forward to that as well. And thank you again. And I'm still learning and try to get familiar with all the stuff. Everybody is very, very friendly and very helpful. As I always say, I really appreciate it to work with the best of the best. And I really apologize. Maybe some of them I couldn't just call your name right away, but I'm sure I'm going to get it there very soon. And thank you for the residents again giving me the chance and to let me have the opportunity to engage with this. This is like a new career for my life, and I am turning my page to concentrate on this, the mission that I'm going to go through. And most importantly, I'm very impressed with this morning's press conference. I'm very, very excited and very honored that we have such a great press conference, and it's very important, not just, making our city being recognized by, a lot of different cities as well, because we are not only a wonderful city, but we have to let people know city of Cerritos, and I'm very proud of our city. I have so many people say, oh, I don't know about city of Cerritos. Guess what? They're gonna know more about us from now on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mayor Yokoyama. I have 4 items. Due to the lateness of our last council meeting, I thought I would wait for another meeting. But here we are, we're at another late meeting. So I appreciate your bearing with me. The first one is that I ask consensus from my council colleagues to direct the city manager to place on the agenda of one of our May council meetings prior to the adoption of our 2025-2026 city budget, an agenda item to discuss adopting a CWA, a community workforce agreement for the city of Cerritos. This agreement would serve as a powerful tool to help build a better Cerritos by helping facilitate the city of Cerritos working with communities, contractors, labor unions, and workers by hiring local Cerritos residents, especially our local ABC Unified, Bellflower Unified, and private school students who graduate and may decide not to pursue a university education, because not everyone goes to college. A CWA could create meaningful employment opportunities for the next generation of Cerritos' workforce. Further, a community workforce agreement could target other workers and encourage the participation of local small business enterprises, disabled veteran business enterprises, and social enterprises in projects. A community workforce agreement could also include increased access to prevailing wage employment that directly combats poverty and unemployment ultimately, maximizing local economic development and promotes equity and economic inclusion through partner coordination and comprehensive workforce and business development strategies. Finally, a community workforce agreement would be negotiated between the City of Cerritos and various construction unions. The CWA ensures the employment of skilled and trained craft workers, including those represented by the various unions, and provides for the orderly settlement of labor disputes and grievances without the use of strikes or lockouts. Once a project is designated to be covered under the CWA, the selected contractor and all its subcontractors are bound to the terms of the CWA until the completion of the project. So once again, I ask consensus from my council colleagues to direct the city manager to place on a May agenda prior to the adoption of the next city budget.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
very nice.
Okay. My second one is that I ask consensus from my council colleagues to direct the city manager to place on the agenda of one of our May council meetings an agenda item to discuss the city of Cerritos' option to add a train stop in Cerritos at or near the intersection of 183rd Street and Gridley to the Southeast Gateway Light Rail that will connect Southeast Los Angeles County with downtown Los Angeles by connecting our area to Metro's rail network.
Yes, I concur.
Thank you. And
Yes.
thank you.
However, I do want to share that there are ongoing, there are meetings scheduled between the city and Metro in that regard as well. So information to come.
Thank you.
Correct, Mr. City Manager?
That's correct. City staff continues to collaborate with Metro on the Southeast Gateway Line project. It is coming through Cerritos with a stop in Artesia. We continually meet with the staff at Metro to talk through construction design issues, and we'd be happy to reach out to them to obtain additional information regarding potential steps regarding a station.
Can you share the recent meeting that you and Community Development Director Kristen Aguila had with Magna over at Metro, what the substance of that meeting was?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Recently, Ms. Aguila and I had a phone meeting with a representative from Metro to discuss, essentially it was an initial planning or strategy meeting to consider potentially bringing a station back. So the idea is that in the near future, we will be having a more substantive meeting with Metro to discuss that possibility.
And I will be in that meeting.
That's correct, sir.
Yes.
Can I ask a question after you're done, Mayor?
And I give consensus.
Thank
you. Okay, so we have consensus on Councilmember Polito's consensus request.
Yes, I also gave consensus.
Okay. Councilmember Say, you could ask your quick question, but Councilmember Polito still has the floor. Go ahead, Councilmember Say.
Correct me if I'm wrong, back in history, a long time ago, it was rejected by our council member for not have a train station past our city. But I thought originally it was planned over further back on the 166th Street and Comunidad. Was that planned for that before, or?
We'd be happy to elaborate on the history when we bring an agenda item back, but there has been changes over the years in the scope of the project.
Okay.
Thank you for that answer.
That answered my question, yeah.
Please continue, Councilmember Polito.
Thank you. And my third request is that I ask consensus from my council colleagues to direct the city manager to place on the agenda of one of our council meetings prior to the adoption of the next city budget that will discuss the plans for Frontier Park, because I've gotten a large amount of inquiries about what is going on at Frontier Park since they took down the picnic structure that has been used year-round, every single day, especially on weekends. So I would like to see a report back from staff on plans to incorporate replacing the removed picnic structure and other related renovations at Frontier Park. So I ask again, council concurrence that be directed.
I give concurrence.
to the city manager.
I concur too.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. And my final item, I just really want to speak from the heart tonight. This morning was really an amazing moment for our community. In my 53 years of being a proud resident of this great city, I have to say that this morning was probably the proudest moment that I have felt about our community. When our city recognized two young sons of this community, they're only 11 years old, but I'm going to call them Mr. Julian Mata and Mr. Preston Huang. The young 911 callers who set into motion what would result in the preservation of life that was on the brink of being lost. And I want to thank them, as well as Deputy Viveros, Deputy Alvarez, Deputy Mutum, Deputy Mailu, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Deputy Chavez, law enforcement technician Gutierrez, for their swift response and coordinated efforts to save the life of young Nico. And I want to go further and just say, as a father, as a parent of two children, I want to thank the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mata and Mr. and Mrs. Huang, for their wonderful parenting of their two sons. Because clearly Julian and Preston have been raised right to value human life and to not be told what to do, but to act and to act with great compassion and conviction. Two 11-year-olds, let me underscore this, way after dark, fishing, just having a good time among friends, knew something was wrong. And as much as parents bemoan the fact that our children are so much on their devices, those devices that they had in their hands in that moment, they knew to turn on the flashlight so they could see what was in the water, and then to immediately call 911. If this had been when I used to be young and fishing at that lake, I wouldn't have had a device in my hand. I would have been just screaming for help, and it probably would have been futile. Even if I would have run to the park building looking for a payphone, fumbling for change, it would not have made a difference. But in the seconds that these two young men were given to save a life, they did it. And they didn't stop there. My understanding is that there was strong language that was used in order to get those authorities there. I could only imagine the passion that was in these boys' voices, the feeling of distress. And then when the deputies arrived, waving, trying to get their attention in the darkness with their phones, with their lights on their phones, to draw them exactly where young Nico was still in the water. All of that was set into motion because two loving families in our community raised these two young men. They are nothing short of heroes of Cerritos. And I just want to underscore that. It makes me proud to be from this community, from this great city. And I was proud to stand with Mayor Yokoyama and my council colleagues to recognize them, as well as all the first responders from both the Sheriff's Department as well as the Fire Department, and all the city staff who made that moment possible. So on that, I just want to say thank you for an amazing day, and I really look forward to even brighter days ahead for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Councilmember Polito. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Yes, because of the lateness of the evening, I'm going to forego my report, but I just want to thank my council colleagues that we have been to events together, and it's really a great feeling. And also our staffs, Kathy Matsumoto and Annie Hilton as well, attended events with us. I'm going to share that April is Earth Month, and there's an Earth Month celebration on Saturday, April 19, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. At the library. There'll be story time, and then there's also activities for all ages that will take place outside the library's main entrance. So please come out, support Earth Day. This is a great activity for families.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. We got a lot done today, team. We got a lot done today. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to my council colleagues. We did add things to our council consensus list. With that idea that this council is working together, moving forward for our priorities and working and moving forward for the residents of Cerritos and the employees of Cerritos and the businesses of Cerritos. As all of us saw, as all of us know, on our first regular city council meeting together on March 27, after the meeting, our city clerk sent us our meeting follow-up email where she gave us the information from that meeting, the public comment contact list. She gave us the documents submitted for the record, and she gave us the updated council consensus list. So we all had that information, and we're working together moving forward. So I asked for consensus regarding the council consensus list. I asked for consensus from my colleagues that the council consensus list should be updated to only include council consensus items that were initiated by the 5 current council members, and any items that were initiated by individuals who are no longer city council members, who are not on this city council, should be removed from the council consensus list.
I concur.
I concur.
Okay, we have consensus. The next item is item 12, City Attorney. Will you please announce the closed session items?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. We will be meeting in closed session to discuss the 5 items that are listed on the agenda. Castro versus City of Cerritos, Wells Fargo versus Rapid Holdco, Kornberger versus City of Cerritos, Anakin Hill Amina versus City of Cerritos, and 1 potential litigation matter. We will reconvene after that, and I will provide a closed session report if applicable.
Thank you. We will now adjourn the regular meeting, and the council will recess to closed session.